Chapter 1190 Chaos Taiji, Seeking Subscription. Wonderful. Lin Yuan rapidly absorbed the inheritance content. Many previously confusing aspects began to melt away at this moment. The creator of this inheritance was a peak venerable from the fierce sun ancient country, countless ages ago. This peak venerable's father was of the fierce sun ancient country's royal family. And the mother was a cultivator from the Xianin ancient country. The fierce sun ancient country and the Xianin ancient country stem from two supreme ancestors, representing entirely opposite paths. Yet bloodline inheritance is wondrous, capable of integrating all. After the union of the fierce sun ancient country's royal and the cultivator from Xianin ancient country, the creator of the inheritance was born with both fierce sun and Xianin bloodlines. Initially, the inheritance creator grew up in the fierce sun ancient country. So, naturally, the early influences were all related to fierce sun, with a primary focus on the fierce sun path. As for the Xianin essence deep within the bloodline, it wasn't given much attention. But as the strength increased and the realm advanced, the path of chaos intense sun was realized. Cultivating to the third level, the inheritance creator vaguely sensed that perhaps fierce sun and Xianin were not oppositional. Since all originates from chaos, where is the opposition? Fierce sun? Xianin? If one could thoroughly merge them, it feels like it would be a brand new path that surpasses all known paths. Alas, my comprehension is insufficient. I cannot achieve perfect fusion. Within the inheritance content Lin Yuan absorbed, images emerged, including the last recorded message from this inheritance creator. If I could reach the ancestors' realm, with such a magnificent lives perspective, I should be able to merge fierce sun and Xianin. So next, I will attempt to break through to the final step. Lin Yuan roughly browsed the entire inheritance. This inheritance concluded with the creator preparing to attempt the 13th level breakthrough. Probably didn't succeed. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In this source world, the Xianin ancient country was the last to emerge, and to this day, there has been no mention of a 7th ancient country. If a new 13th level ancestor had emerged, a 7th ancient country would certainly have been established. The absence of a 7th ancient country indicates that the creator did not enter the 13th level. 13th level, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Whether it is the chaos void or this source world, the ultimate goal of all cultivators is to enter the 13th level, becoming a time life. Only those at the 13th level, capable of perceiving numerous timelines of past and future, can attain freedom in a broad sense. As for beings below the 13th level, their vision is confined to space, unable to see the distant future, unclear of what will happen next, like a lone boat on the vast sea, unaware of when it might capsize. From the perspective of time, all beings below the 13th level are blind, groping in the dark, while 13th level beings possess vision, allowing them to see their surroundings, be it danger or opportunity. This inheritance has greatly helped me. It was worth it. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, having to admit, the cultivators of this source world surpass the chaos void by a significant margin in comprehending the path of rules. The absolute great saints of the chaos void are only at the second level of evolving the chaos power path. Their ability to rival the peak venerables of this Feng Yuan world's third level path is entirely due to the advantage of their internal cosmos. In fact, many cultivators of the 6 ancient countries have attempted to develop internal worlds, internal universes. Once their mastery of the rules reaches a certain level, creating a world or universe is not difficult. But without the infusion of chaos void origin, even if they successfully create internal worlds or universes, they can't develop them to a level that provides significant support. It was not until now that Lin Yuan realized just how crucial the Chaos Void's exclusive cosmic origin infusion is, directly making the foundation of all Chaos Void cultivators much stronger. Of course, this source world also has advantages over the Chaos Void, notably the ease of comprehending rules. Why could peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries cultivate the chaotic evolution path to the 3rd level, surpassing the Chaos Void's absolute great saints? Naturally, it is due to the exaggerated degree of rule comprehension in the source world. Still over 200,000 merits, Lin Yuan glanced at his merit balance, having spent 1,800,000 merits to exchange for this inheritance. Exchange the remaining merits for chaos mystic pattern diagrams. Lin Yuan surveyed the various precious inheritances he valued and found that 200,000 merits were not enough, so he planned to exchange for more chaos mystic pattern diagrams. The chaos mystic pattern diagrams were created with a lofty view by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, using the viewpoint of a 13th level time life to revert and regroup the chaos rules that evolve all things. Among them, the mystic pattern diagrams representing the chaos third realm contain a total of 54 diagrams, each costing 100,000 merits. Lin Yuan had previously exchanged for one, and now with 200,000 merits left, he planned to exchange for 2 more to study. Exchanging for chaos mystic pattern diagrams is never a loss. These diagrams, symbolizing the fundamental chaos rules, will make it infinitely easier for Lin Yuan to comprehend rules. On the way back to his residence, Lin Yuan remembered the information the emperor had disclosed. The Fierce Sun ancient country had acquired a billion-year guardian right over a first-grade treasured land, the Infinite Eye, from the Xianin ancient country. Infinite Eye. Information about this treasured land flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. This treasure, seen from the outside, resembles a gigantic eye, and its peculiar produced treasures are infinite crystals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1191 Chaos Taiji, Seeking Subscription, _2 Therefore, it was finally named Infinite Eye. And the infinite crystal, by refining a certain number of infinite crystals, can transform one's physique towards the infinite divine body. The infinite divine body, as one of the top divine bodies of the 6 ancient countries, though not as skilled in attack and destruction as the Fierce Sun divine body, can nonetheless encompass other divine bodies. Simply put, you can simultaneously possess the infinite divine body and other divine bodies. Thus, the infinite crystal is very popular among the powerful figures of the 6 ancient countries, and no one would refuse an additional top-tier divine body, as it means a substantial increase in combat power. The precious lands nurtured by this source world are greatly beneficial for cultivation and the evolution of life, especially the top-tier precious lands. The wars between the 6 ancient countries, with continuous expansion and contraction, are largely due to the contest for these precious lands. Lin Yuan thought to himself, after all, precious lands cannot be moved. As long as a particular ancient country rules over this region, it naturally gains ownership of the precious land. For instance, if one day a battlefield arises between Xianin ancient country and Fierce Sun ancient country, and Fierce Sun ancient country is defeated, Xianin ancient country will capture the region where the Heiyu nest is located. Then the Heiyu nest would belong to Xianin ancient country, and Lin Yuan, the guardian, would have to withdraw. Furthermore, before withdrawing, they can take all the Heiyu at most, but as for the Heiyu nest, this precious land, it must not be destroyed, which is also the iron law between the 6 ancient countries. No matter what level of precious land it is, destruction is not allowed, otherwise one would be hunted by all the strong figures of the 6 ancient countries. Returning to the residence, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, beginning to delve deeply into understanding the inheritance of Fierce Sun, Xianin Chaos. Only 1,800,000 merits, and I am able to exchange for such a level of inheritance. My luck is truly not bad. The more Lin Yuan contemplated, the more significant his gains felt. The creator of the inheritance considered the Fierce Sun Xianin bloodline, and coupled with the Chaos Power's rule of evolution path, it became Fierce Sunday. By understanding Xianin, comprehensive studies of the combination and complement of the 2 paths were conducted. Although Fierce Sun, Xianin are different from Taiyang, Tain, they have many similarities, and the creator of the inheritance has comprehended both Chaos Intense Sun and Chaos Xianin to the 3rd level, already involving the perfect fusion of the 2. Xianin. Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and strands of extremely yin power began to entangle, clashing with the surrounding environment filled with Fierce Sun's origin source. By killing Baiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate, many Xianyin inheritances were obtained, plus the expenditure of 1,800,000 merits exchanged for the fierce sun, Xianyin, chaos inheritance. This caused Lin Yuan's understanding on the path of Xianyin to progress rapidly. I can feel it. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, consciousness descending into his inner universe. The inner universe of the true body of the source world is vast, not as expansive as the chaos void, but still measured in billions of light years. And at the highest point of the inner universe, many Tao rules converge here, forming an egg-like shape, surrounded by swirling chaos qi, faintly nurturing and evolving something. After Lin Yuan's insight into the chaos rule reached the pinnacle of the second realm, he began to attempt the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Tao, ultimately forming the scene before his eyes. The egg enveloped by chaos qi is the final Tao fruit of Lin Yuan's insight into the chaos rule, while that which is being nurtured and evolved inside is the chaos yin-yang Taiji power. Understanding the path of Xianyin has caused a qualitative change in my perception of the chaos Yin-yang Taiji. The path of such chaos power can evolve within at most 10,000 years. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. Prior to this, even with perception of the chaos rule at the second realm, Lin Yuan could only feel it was evolving. As to when it could evolve, that remained unclear. But now, Lin Yuan felt the specific evolution timeline. 10,000 years. At most, 10,000 years to evolve the chaos yin-yang Taiji. It seems understanding Xianyin and compensating on the Taiyin path was correct. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the Taiji Tao formed by Taiyang and Taiyin can complement each other perfectly, Taiyang transforming into Taiyin if lacking, and Taiyin transforming into Taiyang if lacking. But the Taiyin-Taiyang after mutual transformations ultimately is not as good as what I truly comprehend. Lin Yuan's perception in Taiyin is not up to par with Taiyang. Next, continuing to understand Xianyin will accelerate the evolution of chaos Taiji. Lin Yuan thought, the chaotic Taiji Tao is my exclusive path, and in the chaos void, this is the distinction between an ordinary lord and a great saint. Only understanding Xianyin? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Based solely on this inheritance, understanding the true Xianyin Tao is still too slow. In the fierce sun, Xianyin, chaos, inheritance, the exposition on the Xianyin path is merely the creator's own understanding, which indeed provided significant guidance to Lin Yuan. However, utilizing this to comprehend the true Xianyin Tao is still somewhat lacking. The creator of this legacy walked the path of understanding the Xianyin Tao by delving into the depths of their own bloodline's Xianyin roots. I can do the same. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Although he didn't possess the Xianyin bloodline, within the countless beings of the ancient Xianyin country, the Xianyin bloodline flowed through them all. Lin Yuan couldn't comprehend his own, but couldn't he comprehend others? Ancient Xianyin country, Dragon Frost Domain. The Dragon Frost Domain is the fiefdom of Long Shuang, a peak great lord of the ancient Xianyin country with a notable reputation, who once dominated the southwestern region of the ancient Xianyin country. How should I progress further and step into the rank of the heavenly venerate? Long Shuang was in seclusion, contemplating his future path. For beings outside the royal family, truly becoming part of the upper echelon of the ancient country and competing with the royals and core royals for power only happens upon reaching the heavenly venerate level. For instance, in the treasuries of various ancient countries, the exchangeable rare legacies require a vast amount of merit, which the typical great lord cannot hope to accumulate. Heavenly venerates can gather merit because they usually preside over treasure grounds, receiving merit from doing so, and over a long, enduring period, they can amass a sizable amount of merit. Then suddenly, Long Shuang's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly sensed the time and space around him slightly distorted, like a lens being cut away, severing all contact with the outside world. A figure stepped out from the void, quietly overlooking Long Shuang below. "Greetings, my lord." Long Shuang was startled and immediately rose to bow. Being able to easily sever his time and space from the outside signifies that his life and death were now entirely in the hands of the other party, with no thought of resistance in Long Shuang's mind. "Give me 5 drops of vital blood, vital blood." Lin Yuan gazed down at Long Shuang, speaking. Long Shuang, as a peak Great Lord, should have a high concentration of Xianyin blood within him. Lin Yuan could fully comprehend and thereby understand the true Xianyin Dao. Whether it's the Xianyin bloodline or the fierce Sun bloodline or the De Ling bloodline, all are passed down from their 13th rank ancestors, containing fragments of the true 13th rank Dao. Yes. Long Shuang was very compliant, offering no resistance and directly extracting 5 drops of vital blood. What is termed vital blood is the most important blood of a being, and even a great lord doesn't have much of it within their body. Remember, do not extinguish these 5 drops of vital blood. Lin Yuan took the vital blood, glanced at Long Shuang and said casually, "At the 12th level of life, there is absolute control over every part of the body, allowing one to extinguish it with a thought." The 5 drops of vital blood that Long Shuang handed over, even if they fell into Lin Yuan's hands, could still be extinguished with a thought from Long Shuang afterward. Just like extinguishing one's flesh and soul, Lin Yuan couldn't stop it. Unless he completely destroyed the other party's mind and will, rendering the physical body into an ownerless object. All right. Long Shuang trembled inside, immediately nodding. The next moment, Long Shuang sensed the restoration of time and space, once again feeling everything external to him. Just now, Long Shuang steadied himself. Had he not lost 5 drops of vital blood, he might have thought his recent experience was a hallucination. That powerful being? Long Shuang thought of the powerful being who had appeared just before, in whose presence he had completely lost control over time and space, as if a mere ant before a giant. Heavenly Venerate, definitely of the Heavenly Venerate level. Long Shuang swallowed hard. At this moment, he faintly sensed that his 5 drops of vital blood had already been taken far away, yet could not pinpoint their exact location. Why does such a powerful being need my vital blood? Long Shuang wondered within but dared not attempt to actively extinguish those 5 drops of vital blood. Indeed, he had the ability to extinguish his own vital blood, even once it had left his body. But then what? If he provoked that mysterious Heavenly Venerate, it would be no harder for the other to return and crush him than to crush an ant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1192, The New Treasure Land. Please subscribe. Long Shuang Ho exhaled gently. Facing the threat of a Heavenly Venerate, he did not plan to resist. Although he had many life-saving methods, even a Heavenly Venerate couldn't completely kill him. But offending a Heavenly Venerate would have too many consequences. Is this a heavenly cold fruit? Long Shuang House pupils contracted upon seeing a fruit exuding a cold aura appear beside him. The heavenly cold fruit was a rare treasure at the venerable level, even of great use to a peak venerable. This heavenly cold fruit, was it left by that mysterious Heavenly Venerate? To exchange for my 5 drops of vital blood? Long Shuang Ho put away the heavenly cold fruit, carefully examining it, feeling a strange sense of curiosity in his heart. That mysterious Heavenly Venerate, surprisingly merciful? Logically, with the strength of a Heavenly Venerate, personally arriving and asking for 5 drops of vital blood required no compensation. For a venerable, vital blood is certainly precious, but losing 5 drops would have no real impact on oneself. There was absolutely no need for a transaction. The only hidden risk of vital blood outside was it could become a medium for cause and effect, allowing other powerful beings to use it to attack through causal means. But this hidden risk has nothing to do with a Heavenly Venerate. If a Heavenly Venerate wanted to kill him, they could have done so just now, without needing causal means. And causal assassination would have its power diminished. Even a strong Heavenly Venerate could only severely injure him, and only this particular physical form. That's why Long Shuang Ho felt a bit unsettled, perceiving the earlier mysterious Heavenly Venerate as merciful. As for the rule among the 6 ancient countries that Venerate-level fighters are not allowed to intervene. As long as no one knows which Heavenly Venerate made a move, the 6 ancient countries have no grounds for investigation. Earlier, when Beiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate infiltrated the Heiyu nest, the same principle applied. 12 venerable level strongmen's vital blood has already been collected. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, although at the moment he was just an avatar, dealing with venerable level fighters was still effortless. Even so, when Lin Yuan obtained the vital blood of a venerable from the Xianin ancient country, he left behind some rare treasures as an exchange for their vital blood. It wasn't out of Lin Yuan's kindness, but such actions would minimize potential dangers. Indeed, most venerables facing the threat of a heavenly venerate would obediently hand over their vital blood, not daring to speak up afterward. But in case a minority of reckless venerables felt indignant and magnified the issue to the Xianin ancient country's royal family, this would become troublesome for Lin Yuan as well. Perhaps it could even lead to an investigation by the heavenly venerate of the Xianin ancient country. Engaging in these quasi-transactions for the vital blood from Xianin venerables was viewed by Lin Yuan as the most stable approach. Most importantly, a mere venerable-level rare treasure didn't hold Lin Yuan's attention, especially after the wealth increase from the ancient heavenly venerates Jihan and Baiyin. It's a pity, if I could obtain the vital blood of the Xianin royal family, it would be even better. Lin Yuan thought to himself, but he was already quite satisfied with acquiring the vital blood from over 10 venerables. Life forms that have cultivated to the venerable level certainly have no diluted ancestral bloodline. Even if not as pure as the royal family, it should be close enough, providing Lin Yuan ample time for future insights. Continue collecting more venerable level vital blood. Lin Yuan placed the collected vital blood with another avatar for direct insights, while this avatar continued to other domains to seek more Xianin venerables. The task of gathering Xianin venerables' vital blood came with some risks, so naturally, Lin Yuan wouldn't bring the vital blood back to the Fierce Sun ancient country, but rather ponder it in the Xianin ancient country. Even if any issue arose afterward, he could eliminate the avatar in an instant, leaving no trace for anyone to follow. In the capital of Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in his mansion, where the avatar pondered on the vital blood of Xianin venerables, while the true self also synchronized in contemplation. Your insight is extraordinary. The unknown vital blood comprehension raises your understanding of the Xianin Dao. Lin Yuan was immersed in his enlightenment, finding the Dao within the Xianin bloodline as vast and grand as, if not surpassing, the chaos. Taiyin. Countless insights and enlightenments surged in Lin Yuan's mind. Your insight is extraordinary. Understanding the Xianin Dao enhances your recognition of the Taiyin Dao. In a haze, Lin Yuan visualized a Tai Chi diagram, within which the Taiyin side stirred ripples, continuously transforming with the Taiyang side. While comprehending the Xianin venerable's vital blood, Lin Yuan did not neglect the chaos mystic pattern diagram. Until now, he recognized two ways to hasten the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao. One was to comprehend the Xianin Dao, to complement the Taiyin Dao, thus advancing the Taiji Dao. The other was to deepen his understanding of the Chaos Rule. Achieving third realm within the Chaos Rule could also advance the Taiji Dao. The two approaches, one internal and one external. Both were significantly beneficial to Lin Yuan, and even without the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao, continued enlightenment would still yield great personal improvement. In the vast origin world, the 6 ancient countries occupied the most central and prosperous regions. Beyond the 6 ancient countries, there were also large areas, though slightly more barren compared to the 6 ancient countries, still fostering treasure lands and secret realms that many venerables explore and travel through. After all, the treasure lands contained within the 6 ancient countries have basically all been occupied, and ordinary great lords can't even get close. Rumble. In a stretch of winding mountains, a violent fluctuation of time and space suddenly erupted, and a mysterious aura began to spread in all directions. This kind of aura immediately caught the attention of the nearby passing great lords, who all looked towards the source of the time-space fluctuation, their eyes wide open. A treasure land. This is an anomaly that a treasure land has bred. Has a new treasure land been born? At least a first-class treasure land has emerged to emit such an aura. A first-class treasure land? All the great lords who witnessed this scene gulped. A first-class treasure land? Even the lofty 6 ancient countries would strive with all their might to compete for it, and now they had stumbled upon it? Currently, the number of first-class treasure lands occupied by the 6 ancient countries is extremely few and incredibly rare. Let's go and take a look. A great lord, with a surged heart, immediately moved closer to the winding mountains where the treasure land was being bred. Daling Ancient Country. Among the 6 ancient countries, Daling Ancient Country was the third to be established. It is said that the founder of Daling Ancient Country was the disciple of the initial primordial spirit ancestor. At this moment, the emperor of Daling Ancient Country and many heavenly venerates were gathered in the main hall. A new treasure land has appeared here. It should be a first-class treasure land, though the effects of its peculiar treasures are unknown. They should be related to time. Currently, any great lord approaching a certain distance from the treasure land will be forcibly pushed back to their original position by the power of time. A treasure land breeding peculiar treasures related to time, and it's a first-class treasure land? This treasure land must be seized. Indeed, it might help us take the last step to break through the cycle of time. Any peculiar treasure related to time must not be overlooked. One heavenly venerate after another from Daling Ancient Country swiftly made their decision. The peculiar treasures bred by a first-class treasure land are immensely useful to heavenly venerates and even to peak venerables, and the peculiar treasures related to time make all heavenly venerate-level experts envious. So far, among the many first-class treasure lands controlled by the 6 ancient countries, only 5 are related to time. On average, there's not even one per ancient country. You want to seize this treasure land, and other ancient countries want to seize this treasure land as well. Sitting high on his throne, the emperor of Daling looked down and said, "Currently, this treasure land has been controlled, but its ownership will still be contested by the heavenly venerates of the ancient countries according to the old rules. If a newly born treasure land is located within the territory of a particular ancient country, then without a doubt, this treasure land belongs to that ancient country. But now the location of this treasure land is outside the 6 ancient countries, so its ownership needs to be contested by the 6 ancient countries." Galaxy Royal Mansion. Lin Yuan was in seclusion. At that moment, he received a message from the Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country. "Galaxy, come to see me immediately." The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country's tone was quite urgent, and Lin Yuan immediately realized something significant had happened. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at the palace. Lin Yuan saw many heavenly venerates waiting outside. These heavenly venerates glanced at Lin Yuan but said nothing more. Feeling puzzled, Lin Yuan still proceeded directly into the palace. "Galaxy." The Fierce Sun Emperor looked at Lin Yuan and said with a smile, "All those heavenly venerates outside want to see me, but I chose to see you first." "Why is that?" Lin Yuan immediately inquired. "A new first-class treasure land has appeared, and it's outside the territories of the 6 ancient countries," the Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country said succinctly. "A new first-class treasure land?" Lin Yuan was a little surprised. Given his current status, he naturally understood the importance of a first-class treasure land. The peculiar treasures bred were of immense help to heavenly venerates. Lin Yuan himself sat at 2 first-class treasure lands, so he was very clear about this. These are treasure lands that have already existed for countless ages, with the peculiar treasures bred mostly already distributed once over. But a newly emerged treasure land, and the peculiar treasures it breeds, have never appeared among the 6 ancient countries and are most able to incite the scramble among the heavenly venerates of the 6 ancient countries. Our 6 ancient countries have long established rules that if a treasure land's ownership is unclear, then it is to be decided according to the established rules as to which ancient country it belongs to. The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan and said, "The rule here is that each major ancient country selects 12 heavenly venerates to compete outside the treasure land. Those heavenly venerates outside all want me to choose them as part of the 12 heavenly venerates sent by my Fierce Sun Ancient Country to compete." The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country paused his speech for a while and then continued. "According to the rules, even if those heavenly venerates involved in the competition fail in the end, the benefits they gain in the treasure land are still allowed to be taken out." "So that's how it is." Lin Yuan suddenly understood that regardless of whether they can seize this treasure land in the end, the heavenly venerates involved in the competition are guaranteed to gain benefits. Of course, I have the final say on which heavenly venerates can go to compete. The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. Galaxy, are you interested? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1193 / Seeking subscription, I'm definitely interested. Lin Yuan said. Exploring a newly born treasure land, especially a top-tier one, is a rare opportunity for a heavenly venerate. Currently, the 6 ancient countries together only possess a few hundred top-tier treasure lands. And these few hundred top-tier treasure lands are the result of long years of accumulation. An ordinary heavenly venerate might never experience the birth of a top-tier treasure land from birth to reaching the 13th realm. Haha. The Fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor smiled. As an emperor, one must balance various forces. But when encountering genuine benefits, family comes first. That's why he met with Lin Yuan first, overpowering the heavenly venerates waiting outside. However, although I have the right to decide who can represent the ancient country in the competition, you will still need to demonstrate some strength later. The Fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor looked at Lin Yuan. Otherwise, other heavenly venerates might be dissatisfied. Naturally. Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, competing for a newly born treasure land, any participating heavenly venerate can gain rewards. But undoubtedly, the ones who capture the treasure land gain the most. If forcing in a vacancy results in failing to capture the treasure land and losing to other ancient countries, even the emperor might not be able to suppress that outcome. Factional struggles must be placed behind the ancient country's interests. This is the rule of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. The Fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor looked at Lin Yuan, a bit surprised. He could sense Lin Yuan's confidence. Generally speaking, the strength of a heavenly venerate participating in the competition for a treasure land should at least meet the peak venerable threshold. Are you confident? The Fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor's tone was slightly solemn. Lin Yuan had excavated his ancestral bloodline to an unprecedented heavenly venerate level, and according to the potential of the ancestral bloodline, reaching the limit would make him stronger than the peak venerable. But that is contingent upon reaching the limit. For instance, a core royal family member at the rank of Great Lord, if not reaching their limit, cannot be considered invincible among Great Lords. I'll do my best. Lin Yuan said. The peak venerates of the 6 ancient countries are equivalent to the great saints of the Chaos Void. And Lin Yuan, even before breaking through the space-time rule to the 9th realm, could slightly contend with great saints. Later, as his comprehension of space-time reached the 9th realm, continuing to study the 13th realm sky void tripod, and his insights into Fierce Sun and Xianyin in this source world, Lin Yuan's true strength was a significant leap from when he previously confronted Great Saint Hunshao. Just do your best. The Fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor nodded. Later, I will let those heavenly venerates come in and announce externally that you are included in the competition for a treasure land. If the other heavenly venerates have significant objections, select a peak venerable to duel with you. You only need to hold out for a while to prove that you have the strength of a peak venerable, and there should be no problems. The Fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor looked at Lin Yuan. Understood. Lin Yuan understood. In the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, the royal family can certainly receive resource preference, but the premise is they cannot be too weak. Otherwise, it's a waste of resources. Then he'll let them in. The Fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor glanced outside the palace. Before long, one powerful presence after another entered, all the heavenly venerates of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, many of whom had been in retreat for many years but came out due to the newly born top-tier treasure land. Emperor! All the heavenly venerates slightly bowed, showing respect, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally falling on Lin Yuan. Galaxy? Is he the royal family member who excavated his bloodline to the heavenly venerate level? The emperor met him first, so it's likely one of the 12 spots is predetermined for him. The numerous heavenly venerates stared at Lin Yuan, their thoughts fluctuating, considering there are only 12 spots available for the competition. Lin Yuan taking one means one less for them. Let me introduce. The fierce Sun Emperor smiled and said, "This is Galaxy, the first core royal family member at the heavenly venerate level of my fierce Sun ancient country." After introducing Lin Yuan, the fierce Sun ancient country began introducing the various heavenly venerates. In fact, there's no real need for an introduction. With the reputation of a heavenly venerate, Lin Yuan just needs to slightly sense their aura to know which heavenly venerate they are. Currently, 30-some heavenly venerates stood in the palace. Among them, 20 had the strength of peak venerables, and the remaining 10 or so were close to the strength of peak venerables. Of course, this doesn't mean the number of peak venerables is greater than ordinary heavenly venerates in the fierce Sun ancient country, but that the heavenly venerates present here are just a portion, though the most elite part. Lin Yuan looked at each heavenly venerate, nodding one by one. Among the heavenly venerates, 3 were recognized as the strongest, namely Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guanglia. These 3 are all peak venerables, and the paths of chaos power they have evolved are incredibly powerful, shaking the 6 ancient countries. Alright, I won't waste words. The fierce Sun ancient country's emperor looked at the many heavenly venerates. This time, with the appearance of a top-tier treasure land, my fierce Sun ancient country will have 12 spots for participation in the competition. I won't interfere with the other 11 spots, but Galaxy must take one. Does anyone have any objections? The fierce Sun ancient country's emperor said directly. With those words, the palace fell silent. The many heavenly venerates glanced at each other, unable to help but look towards Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guanglia. The emperor's request isn't excessive, only asking for one of the 12 spots, and they initially thought there would be more royal family members arranged. Among the royal family, there are also strong figures at the heavenly venerate level, but here, the heavenly venerates refer to those who have realized the paths of chaos power evolution. Not appropriate. At this time, Red Flame Venerable suddenly spoke. With the potential of Galaxy Venerate, he is indeed worth cultivating. Red Flame Venerable glanced at Lin Yuan, but competing for a top-tier treasure land relies on strength, and every heavenly venerate participating must not be a burden. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1194 / Request subscription _2 I can promise that if we seize this first-class treasure land, I can allocate more of the treasure land and the rare wonders it produces to the Galaxy Venerate, but the matter of contesting the treasure land still requires sufficient strength to prove oneself. The Red Flame Venerable finally looked at the fierce Sun ancient country emperor. I hope the emperor prioritizes the interests of the ancient country. The fierce Sun ancient country emperor nodded and then looked at Lin Yuan. Galaxy, what do you think? If Lin Yuan hadn't been confident about his strength just now, the fierce Sun ancient country emperor would definitely have rejected the Red Flame Venerable with various excuses. Then let's follow the Red Flame Venerable's suggestion. Lin Yuan said. As soon as these words were spoken, the venerables in the hall couldn't help but be surprised. He agreed so easily? The Red Flame Venerable also gave Lin Yuan an extra glance. He initially thought the emperor would casually find an excuse to dismiss him. Unexpectedly, the Galaxy Venerate was so confident. Although the Galaxy Venerate had prior achievements against the Jihan Venerate and the Baiyin Venerable Sage. But that was in the Heiyu Nest with the space-time teleportation formation to the capital nearby. The Galaxy Venerate's ability to keep those 2 venerables was not just due to strength but also the deterrence of the fierce Sun ancient country's venerables. If the 2 venerables had no fears, in a desperate fight, they might not defeat Lin Yuan, but could at least retreat safely. I don't ask for much, just that the Galaxy Venerate can withstand 100 breaths under the Red Lotus. The Red Flame Venerable said, Red Lotus Venerable, a seasoned peak Venerable, withstanding 100 breaths under Red Lotus Venerable requires at least peak Venerable strength. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. He also wanted to witness the strength of the fierce Sun Ancient Country's peak Venerables. Different from the unmatched great saints of the Chaos Void, the peak Venerables' paths of Chaos Evolution Force have all reached the 3rd level. Then the spar between Galaxy and Red Lotus will be set in the capital's Venerate level time-space. The fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor said. The so-called capital's Venerate level time-space is a stable time-space developed using the power of the fierce Sun capital, capable of withstanding Venerate level battles. The spar between peak Venerables, if unrestricted, can ravage an entire great domain, so to minimize the impact, it must take place in the corresponding time-space. In an exceptionally stable ruled time-space. Suddenly, figures appeared, precisely the fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor and the venerable ancient sages. Lin Yuan and the Red Lotus Venerable stood at the center of time-space, confronting each other from afar. Red Lotus Venerable's Chaos Evolution Force path is the Red Lotus Karma Fire, a terrifying flame almost disregarding most defenses, directly burning on the soul and body. Information about the Red Lotus Venerable flashed in Lin Yuan's mind. Once on an ancient country battlefield, Red Lotus Venerable single-handedly burned 6 venerables of the enemy ancient country to nothingness, thus establishing his reputation as a peak venerable in one stroke. Galaxy Venerate. Red Lotus Venerable looked at Lin Yuan from afar. When it comes to the contest for a first-class treasure land, I won't hold back. If it were just a regular spar, Red Lotus Venerable would surely consider the royal face, but now the spar is related to the Venerate quota for the upcoming contest for a first-class treasure land. Red Lotus Venerable does not want to be dragged down by Lin Yuan in the future contest for a first-class treasure land. I won't hold back either. Lin Yuan also looked serious. Good. Red Lotus Venerable nodded, a thought in his mind, ignite. Whoosh. Red flames resembling lotuses began to burn on Lin Yuan's physical body. These flames were formless and intangible, utterly unstoppable. Red Lotus Venerable watched Lin Yuan silently. With the might of Red Lotus Karma Fire, ordinary venerables wouldn't last long. As long as the Galaxy Venerate concedes, I will immediately withdraw the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Red Lotus Venerable thought silently. Lin Yuan was not an enemy. He naturally did not intend to seriously injure him. Is this the Red Lotus Karma Fire? Lin Yuan felt his body, soul, and even the internal universe burning under the Red Lotus flames. Lin Yuan hadn't even realized when these flames appeared. The time-space around him hadn't detected the burning. It just ignited directly on his physical and soul-body universe. Yet, just like being tickled, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Though the Red Lotus Karma Fire was indeed strange, to burn Lin Yuan's physical soul-body universe to a degree threatening his origin source, it would probably take burning for millions of years endlessly. Lin Yuan's foundation was incredibly robust. His internal universe measured in trillions of light-years. Even allowing the Red Lotus Karma Fire to burn held no threat to his being. It even burned away the origin source slower than it recovered. Red Lotus Venerable's methods are indeed extraordinary. Lin Yuan remarked with slight admiration. Although its power wasn't great, this peculiar ability to manifest from nothing surprised Lin Yuan. If it weren't the Red Lotus Karma Fire but a means that could threaten him, things would truly be troublesome. What? Red Lotus Venerable was startled to see Lin Yuan appearing completely unaffected by the Red Lotus Karma Fire, instead engaging with him calmly. Usually, other venerables facing the silently emerging Red Lotus Karma Fire would either drive it away with all their might or begin to retreat, but Lin Yuan just let it burn? Galaxy Venerate, unfazed by Red Lotus Karma Fire? The venerables watching from afar all displayed changed expressions. Even the strongest Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guangliye, found dealing with the peculiar Red Lotus Karma Fire quite troublesome, consuming considerable effort to expel. But Lin Yuan? He didn't care about the Red Lotus Karma Fire's burning at all. How deep is this Galaxy Venerate's foundation to disregard the Red Lotus Karma Fire? The Red Flame Venerable pondered. Originally, he had underestimated Lin Yuan, thinking how could a royal figure at the venerate level grow without reaching the limit. They still had to be overshadowed by the peak venerables like themselves. Red Lotus Venerable, it's my turn. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, raising his right hand, using time-space as a blade, the power of his internal universe as the source, slashing toward the Red Lotus Venerable. Lin Yuan's time-space comprehension had reached the 9th realm. Among peak venerables, such comprehension wasn't exceptionally outstanding, but the power of his internal universe indeed exponentially increased the power of Lin Yuan's strikes by an unknown magnitude. It's like having the same sword, identical in material, sharpness. One wielded with a force of 100 pounds, the other with a force of 100 tons. The difference in power is naturally worlds apart. Lin Yuan was like that. His profound foundation allowed every strike to have the effect of overpowering skill with sheer strength. This Red Lotus Venerable's pupils contracted, Lin Yuan's strike cut through layers of time-space, slashing at him. Swish! Red Lotus Venerable couldn't dodge in time, and his right hand was struck by this time-space blade. Whoosh! Red Lotus Venerable transformed entirely into blossoming Red Lotus Karma fires, eventually reforming his figure. This strike is not a path of chaos evolution force, yet why is its power so immense? Red Lotus Venerable couldn't believe it. It was just a conventional use of the spatiotemporal fusion rule, yet possessed such astonishing power. Is it the heavenly venerate level ancestor's bloodline? Red Lotus Venerable pondered in disbelief, thinking that the bafflingly great power must come from the galaxy venerate's level ancestor's bloodline. It's deflected? Lin Yuan looked at the Red Lotus Venerable under the cut. Surely it won't be that easy to deal with. Fierce Sun. In the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes, a hint of Fierce Sun emerged. Slash again. Lin Yuan activated the Divine Ability World, and in an instant, slashed 333 blades. Whoosh! A total of 333 time-space blades, entirely composed of the power of space-time, but imbued with majestic power, slashed towards the Red Lotus Venerable. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1195 Fierce Sun's Grand Cycle, subscription requested. This strike. Red Flame Venerable's expression was solemn. As an observer, though he did not directly face the power of Lin Yuan's time-space blade, he could feel a thing or two. Just a single strike from the time-space blade caused some injury to Red Lotus Venerable. Now with 333 blades attacking simultaneously, for Red Lotus Venerable to block them, he would probably need to reveal his true methods. The Galaxy Venerate is not weak in rule comprehension either. Venerable Hengyang came to some conclusions. Comprehension of the 9th realm of time-space is considered normal among the peak venerables, but among the royal bloodline that only knows to excavate bloodlines? It's already extremely exaggerated. Basically at the highest level under the rule of chaos evolution power. Ah, good. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country saw this scene, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Originally, he was worried about how Lin Yuan could last 100 breaths against Red Lotus Venerable. After all, Red Lotus Venerable's methods primarily focus on quick battles. The Red Lotus Karma Fire ignores defense, and ordinary venerables find it difficult to last 100 breaths under such flames. But now, looking at this situation, it's no longer a question of whether Lin Yuan can last 100 breaths, but rather which of these two venerables will win in the end. Endless Red Lotus. Facing 333 time-space blades, Red Lotus Venerable was like facing a great enemy, his physical form once again dispersing and transforming into countless Red Lotus Karma Fire, floating amidst time and space. Whiz! The 333 time-space blades slashed forth, and the vast spaces began to shatter. The floating Red Lotus Karma Fire amidst time and space also felt the impact. Yet, relying on its own void attribute, It managed to barely withstand the 333 time-space blades. After the 330 blades, Red Lotus Venerable's figure once again coalesced. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately prepared to strike again. Galaxy Venerate, there's no need to keep fighting. Red Lotus Venerable immediately said. With the current strength Lin Yuan exhibited, it was only natural for someone to last 100 breaths in his hands. Furthermore, given the current degree of their fight, if they were to continue, Red Lotus Venerable would have to use those real deadly methods. But such methods are meant for enemies, and Red Lotus Venerable naturally didn't want to use them on a fellow Venerable. Qi Yen, what do you think? Red Lotus Venerable looked toward the distant Red Flame Venerable. It was initially Red Flame Venerable's idea to have him test the Galaxy Venerate's strength. Indeed, there's no need to keep fighting. Red Flame Venerable nodded. The reason he had Red Lotus Venerable make a move was to increase the chances of vying for that top-class territory. As long as Lin Yuan's strength reached the threshold of peak Venerate, and he didn't hold back in the contest, Red Flame Venerable would turn a blind eye. And now, the strength Lin Yuan revealed not only didn't hold them back, but was a pleasant surprise. Although Red Flame Venerable also coveted that top-class territory, he even more so hoped that the territory would be occupied by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, and everything he did was based on the interests of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. All right. Lin Yuan nodded, retracting the Divine Ability World. This divine skill, which merged and devoured the source of the Fierce Sun, emitted a strong Fierce Sun aura. Even if he said he hadn't excavated the ancestor's bloodline to the Venerate level, no one would believe it. The strength of the Galaxy Venerate? Terrifying, feels no weaker than Red Lotus Venerable? Is this the Venerate level ancestor bloodline? Unprecedented? Even a Venerate level ancestor bloodline requires a lot of time to excavate. How long has it been since the Galaxy Venerate transformed his bloodline to the Venerate level? Freakish, absolutely freakish. The other ancient venerables present were full of shock, and they too felt the terror of Lin Yuan. Initially, the venerables were quite dissatisfied with the Emperor's decision, believing that forcibly inserting the Galaxy Venerate into the Venerate quota was entirely the Emperor pulling strings. But now, even if Lin Yuan wasn't a core member of the royal family, solely relying on his strength to compete for one of the 12 Venerate seats, he would still fully be able to compete for it. The Emperor's involvement in getting Lin Yuan into the Venerate list was truly icing on the cake. Galaxy Venerate. Among the many venerables, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. He had previous interactions with Lin Yuan and was the previous guardian of the Heiyu nest. At that time, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate did not make things difficult for Lin Yuan to take over the Heiyu nest, but instead was quick to yield it, as he did not want to offend this core royal family member. In Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate's view, Lin Yuan's future potential was immense. He found it entirely unnecessary to offend fate over a bit of Heiyu. Looking at it now, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate was immensely grateful for his past decision. How long has it been? The Galaxy Venerate already possesses such strength? At this moment, Lin Yuan and the Red Lotus Venerate flew toward the numerous Venerates. Galaxy Venerate. The Red Lotus Venerate looked at Lin Yuan, genuinely admiring him. I always believed that the rules of the Tao were fundamental. Now it seems that the extremity of bloodline power is by no means inferior to the power of the Tao rules. When he sparred with Lin Yuan, from start to finish, the latter never utilized deeply profound Tao rule insights. On the contrary, the Red Lotus Venerate used the path of power evolution through chaos. The Red Lotus Karma fire burned Lin Yuan's body, flesh, and soul. To reach the level of an ancestor, one still must rely on Tao rules, Lin Yuan said. Although the Fierce Sun bloodline is a 13th level bloodline, wanting to reach the 13th level by following this bloodline is utterly impossible. To step into the 13th level, one must forcibly forge their own path of chaos power evolution, breaking through the limitations of time loops. How easy is it to reach the level of an ancestor? The Red Lotus Venerate shook his head. Throughout the long ages of the origin world, only 6 entities truly became ancestors and established an ancient country. Alright, Galaxy Venerate, you needn't be modest. The Qi Yen Venerate said from the side, with your strength, it's only a matter of time before you surpass us. Not to mention the potential excavation of the ancestral bloodline's future, merely relying on Lin Yuan's current strength, if he could comprehend a path of chaos evolution rules, even if only the first level, his strength would be about the same as the Qi Yen Venerate. And with Lin Yuan's insight into time and space, comprehending a path of chaos power evolution isn't something unimaginable. Lin Yuan listened quietly. His current strength is roughly on par with the Red Lotus Venerate. If he really fought with all his might, Lin Yuan wasn't confident he could win. As for comparing with the Qi Yen Venerate, he was obviously not as good. The strength of the Qi Yen Venerate, even placed in the Chaos Void, is close to the level of an invincible great saint, stronger than both the Hunshao Heavenly Venerate and the Jade Qilin Venerable. But the fight for the first-rate treasured land is right before us. When battling with venerates from other ancient countries, it won't be as easy as it is now, the Qi Yen Venerate hinted. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. He understood what the Qi Yen Venerate meant. The sparring between Lin Yuan and the Red Lotus Venerate ended quickly, and neither side was almost injured because neither had used their true offensive means. When it really comes to battling with enemy venerates in order to seize a first-rate treasured land, those peak venerates might even risk their primary battle bodies. The intensity of such battles would be nothing like simple sparring as before. Alright, Galaxy, you go ahead and rest. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country spoke. Head to that treasured land in 10 years. Emchim. Lin Yuan nodded. He disappeared from where he stood. The future of our Fierce Sun Ancient Country. The Qi Yen Venerate looked at the place where Lin Yuan had disappeared, feeling a slight hint of anticipation in his heart. Compared to the ownership of that first-rate treasured land, he was more eager about what height Lin Yuan's future could reach. Galaxy Royal Mansion. After returning, Lin Yuan continued his cultivation insights. The sparring with the Red Lotus Venerate made him clearly understand the general level of his strength, belonging to the level of a seasoned peak venerate, yet not as good as the top peak venerates. First-rate treasured land. Lin Yuan was quite eager in his heart. The battle for the first-rate treasured land wasn't just for the benefits inside, but also intended to give back to the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. After all, having descended to the Fierce Sun Ancient Country for so many years, Lin Yuan had basically benefited greatly from this ancient country, so naturally, he wanted to repay it in some way. My current strength is only enough not to hold back in the battle for the treasured land. It's still too weak. Lin Yuan thought silently, simultaneously focusing part of his mind on comprehending his inheritance of the Fierce Sun, Xianyin Chaos. Traveling between various great domains of the Xianyin ancient country, his avatars comprehended the blood essence of many Xianyin venerables, experiencing the Xianyin Dao contained within. As for Lin Yuan's true form in the royal mansion, he began to comprehend the Fierce Sun chapter in the inheritance. Lin Yuan already had the Fierce Sun bloodline flowing within him, and being situated around the great yang vein of the Fierce Sun ancient country, the Fierce Sun Dao lay sprawling, making comprehension effortlessly. Your enlightenment is extraordinary, enhancing your understanding of the Fierce Sun Dao. In a trance, Lin Yuan's mind and consciousness began to ascend infinitely, suddenly arriving at a world of flames filled with endless fierce suns. Is this the place? Lin Yuan glanced around, feeling very familiar with this place. Once he gathered enough seeds of the fierce sun, he could freely enter this mysterious fierce sun world. Lin Yuan detected something amiss with just a glance around. Compared to when he previously entered this world of flames, his position this time was different. It's much higher. Lin Yuan carefully observed the surroundings and reached a conclusion. Ancestor of Fierce Sunday. Lin Yuan raised his head, looking at the imposing figure standing with hands behind on the highest point of the world. Due to the elevation, the figure Lin Yuan saw was much clearer, allowing to detect all sorts of subtle auras. After observing for a while, Lin Yuan benefited greatly and quickly withdrew, as it was impossible to stay long in that world of flames, lest there be a risk of being assimilated. As his mind consciousness returned to his physical body, Lin Yuan's expression changed. Inside his body, vast and expansive, countless seeds of the fierce sun floated like miniature fierce suns, numbering 33,332 in total. At this moment, the 33,333rd fierce sun seed quickly took shape, condensed in an instant. The moment this seed of the fierce sun appeared, it formed an entire entity with the preceding 33,332 seeds, akin to a complete great fierce sun cycle. Boom! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1196, 10 years, request subscription. The 33,333rd fiery sun seed was like the final touch that completed the dragon. The moment it formed, it resonated with the many fiery sun seeds that had been gathered before, forming a perfect whole. Finally gathered. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. As early as during the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain, he was stuck on gathering the last fiery sun seed. Until now, he finally broke through the bottleneck. It's not that Lin Yuan lacked comprehension, but gathering the last fiery sun seed required absorbing enough fiery sun energy between heaven and earth. Without sufficient fiery sun energy, it couldn't be gathered. According to Lin Yuan's research on the various royal family members of the Fiery Sun Ancient Kingdom and their information on gathering fiery sun seeds, even those core royals who gathered fiery sun seeds like eating and drinking generally reached their limit at over 20,000 fiery sun seeds. In the history of the Fiery Sun Ancient Kingdom, only 18 royals have gathered 33,333 fiery sun seeds. If it wasn't for this mansion, the time I needed to gather the last fiery sun seed would have been delayed by hundreds or thousands of years. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the emperor had prepared this residence for him, which was close to the largest solar vein of the ancient kingdom, with abundant fiery sun energy. In other places, the efficiency of absorbing fiery sun energy would be much worse. 33,333 fiery sun seeds will form a perfect fiery sun great cycle, greatly enhancing various aspects of myself, strength, the scope of rule comprehension. All are significant. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the history of the Fiery Sun Ancient Kingdom, those 18 royals with the fiery sun great cycle, even if they hadn't yet elevated their bloodline to the heavenly venerate level, had successfully realized the principles of chaos evolution power and crossed into the realm of heavenly venerate through their comprehension of the Great Tao rules. Fluctuations in the Great Tao rules? Lin Yuan carefully sensed, nodding slightly. Compared to before gathering the last fiery sun seed, his comprehension of rules at this moment did indeed surge considerably. The creatures of this Feng Yuan world are truly blessed by nature. Lin Yuan felt quite emotional. Even gathering just a few fiery sun seeds increased their scope of rule comprehension beyond that of chaos void experts. The comprehension of the Great Tao rules by the creatures of the 6 ancient kingdoms was far easier than that of chaos void creatures. The unparalleled great saints of chaos void and the peak venerables of the 6 ancient kingdoms were roughly at the same level, but the latter's comprehension of the path of chaos evolution power surpassed the former, effortlessly bridging the gap in the inherent foundation of their body universe. Lin Yuan continued to sense the impact of the great cycle formed by the many fiery sun seeds within him. The fiery sun divine body has improved considerably. Divine ability world. Lin Yuan suddenly unfolded his divine skill world, transforming himself into a blazing fiery sun, under which the time and space around him began to twist, all becoming his domain. Since the space-time within the palace was independent, Lin Yuan could activate the divine skill world here without affecting the outside world, as long as he was cautious. Fiery sun. Lin Yuan sat at the center of the world, vaguely sensing the fiery sun seeds within him lighting up one by one. Each time a fiery sun seed lit up, within the scope of the divine skill world, an additional fiery sun appeared. In no time, 33,333 fiery suns spanned the heavenly dome of the world, combined with the fiery sun Lin Yuan's body had transformed into, totaling 33,334 fiery suns. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt the power of the divine skill world surge, and if he wished, he could easily break through the palace's suppression, enveloping the entire capital within the world. Of course, if Lin Yuan dared to do so, he would be suppressed by the foundation of the capital in the next moment. The fiery sun great cycle can actually have such an impact on the divine skill world? Lin Yuan was shocked, as this had never occurred among the 18 royals who had the fiery sun great cycle in the past. Is it because of fiery sun opening the heavens? Lin Yuan examined the new divine skill world around him, speculating in his heart. His divine skill world had fused and devoured the source of the fiery sun, so the fiery sun great cycle having an effect was understandable. As for why those 18 royals in the past never experienced this change, they didn't have the foundation of an inherent universe, no divine skill world, no divine skill fiery sun opening the heavens, nor did they cultivate the infinite void inheritance. Lin Yuan had reached this point, with too many irreplicable traits. However, my current divine skill world is much stronger than before. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, sensing his incredible control over the four-dimensional space and time. The core of the divine skill world that had fused and devoured the source of the fiery sun was the fiery sun itself, and once the world was unfolded, Lin Yuan himself would transform into a fiery Sunday. And now, the total number of such fiery suns amounted to 33,334, the extent of the power surge was imaginable. Even though the fiery suns formed by the fiery sun seeds weren't as potent as the fiery sun formed by Lin Yuan's body, the sheer number, 33,333 combined, had at least increased the power of the divine skill world dozens or even hundreds of times. The consumption is also much greater, but it can be sustained. Lin Yuan perceived the current divine skill world, his external universe extending, wherever its power reached. The great Tao rules of this Feng Yuan world quickly retreated. A moment later, Lin Yuan retracted the divine skill world and began to delve into research. With my current strength, if I fully activate the divine skill world, a powerhouse like the Red Lotus Venerable should be easily suppressed, but as for a top-tier peak venerable like the Red Flame Venerable, Lin Yuan estimated in his heart, unable to make an accurate comparison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1197 10 years, request for subscription, _2 In this Feng Yuan world, an ordinary heavenly venerate is equivalent to a chaos great saint of the chaos void, while a peak venerable matches an unparalleled great saint. The power of Red Flame Venerable has essentially reached the level of an invincible great saint from the chaos void. In fact, among the peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries, there surely exists a heavenly venerate comparable to an invincible great saint. An invincible great saint from the chaos void rarely appears throughout a long cosmic era, but in this Feng Yuan world, the 13th tier ancestral bloodline rebirth for descendants is exceptionally high. In the chaos void, as long as an unparalleled great saint masters a 13th tier inheritance, they would likely possess the strength of an invincible great saint. Take, for instance, the Magic Jade Tower Master. The reason for becoming an invincible great saint was the comprehension of the essential nature after slaying that wondrous creature with a concentrated bloodline of time, reaching the threshold to cultivate a certain 13th tier inheritance, eventually becoming invincible in that era. But in this Feng Yuan world, which heavenly venerate from the various ancient countries hasn't been exposed to 13th tier inheritances. Although difficult to master, the likelihood of producing a heavenly venerate at the invincible great saint level is certainly far higher than in the chaos void. The spread of 13th tier inheritances among time creatures in the chaos void is entirely random, often forbidden, and acquiring them relies entirely on luck. Next, let's continue to solidify the seed of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan split some of his mental focus, attempting to solidify more seeds of the fierce sun. This technique greatly augments his combat power, surpassing many historical royal members who have consolidated numerous seeds of the fierce sun, so Lin Yuan naturally values it highly. With the passage of time, the birth of a new first-class treasure land rapidly spread throughout the fierce sun ancient country. Many great lords-level powerhouses were thrilled, although the exotic treasures produced by the first-class treasure land are surely prioritized for the heavenly venerable layer of the ancient country's powerhouses. Yet as long as the fierce sun ancient country can seize this first-class treasure land, the heavenly venerates can feast while the great lords can at least drink some soup. Representing the fierce sun ancient country, the list of 12 heavenly venerates heading to the new treasure land for contention was made public. Among them, 11 heavenly venerates didn't stir much commotion, being veteran peak venerables like the established Red Lotus Venerable. But the last one is the recently prominent Galaxy Venerate? Galaxy Venerate? Isn't he just entering the heavenly venerable realm? Though Galaxy Venerate is the first to achieve Heavenly Venerate as a royal descendant through ancestral bloodline, allowing him to take part in the contention for a first-class treasure land? You don't understand. Before the list was confirmed, Galaxy Venerate had sparred with Red Lotus Venerate, and although it resulted in a draw, Red Lotus Venerate publicly stated that Galaxy Venerate's strength is comparable to his. My heavens! How long has Galaxy Venerate been in the Heavenly Venerable realm? Can he already par up with such a peak venerable as Red Lotus Venerate? Perhaps this is the prowess of the ancestral bloodline. The many great lords-level powerhouses discussed endlessly, though many questioned Galaxy Venerate's inclusion in the list, upon learning the sparring result with Red Lotus Venerate, they were amazed. Galaxy Royal Mansion. Lin Yuan was sitting face-to-face with King Qibao. Congratulations, Galaxy Venerate. King Qibao's expression was somewhat respectful. Initially, upon first meeting the Venerate, I even fought with you, King Qibao sighed. Just call me Galaxy. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. Upon just entering the capital, had it not been for King Qibao's continual care, he might have encountered many detours. That's not possible. You're now a heavenly venerate. How could I call you Galaxy with the other heavenly venerates watching? King Qibao immediately replied. Although he belongs to a core royal lineage and can spar a few moves with a heavenly venerate, that refers to ordinary heavenly venerates. As for a peak venerable? Naturally not a match, Lin Yuan being on par with Red Lotus Venerable among the peak venerables, his strength far surpasses King Qibao's. I didn't expect that, initially sent to aid Qingfen domain, but ended up bringing back for the ancient country, King Qibao expressed wistful. Ever since Lin Yuan entered the fierce sun capital, taking over the Galaxy Royal Mansion, many royals have come to visit. A considerable portion intended to rely on Lin Yuan. Do you aim for me to establish the 18th royal branch? Lin Yuan smiled as he looked at a middle-aged man in white before him. The middle-aged man had a robust aura, at the peak of Great Lord Realm, showing utmost respect when facing Lin Yuan. Heavenly Venerate, with your strength, if willing, the 18th branch you establish will dwarf the other 17 branches, creating a substantial impact within the ancient country. The middle-aged man said softly. The fierce sun ancient country currently comprises 17 royal branches, each branch having supreme core royals stationed. Outside the 17 royal branches, numerous scattered royals exist, straying from the core of the ancient country. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, a core royal descendant from above, and having transformed his ancestral bloodline to a heavenly venerate level, desired to cling tightly. I'm not interested in founding a new royal branch. Lin Yuan directly stated, currently intending to focus all efforts on cultivation, to better advance to the 13th tier. Regarding founding a new royal branch? If Lin Yuan achieves the 13th tier, it would not be merely founding a branch but establishing the 7th ancient country of this source world. If unable to cross into the 13th tier? At Lin Yuan's rate of cultivation, any established force would lag far behind his growth. Lin Yuan would also make many arrangements before attempting the 13th tier to ensure the continuity of human civilization within the chaos void. But, The middle-aged man in white intended to say more. Dismissed. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and the man in white was directly moved out. Numerous royal members visited Lin Yuan. Beyond attachment, more sought guidance and counsel. Heavenly Venerate, for us to delve deeper into our ancestral bloodline and break the limits? Asked a royal who had comprehended the path of chaos evolution power. This royal, titled Red Cloud King, was also a core royal member, facing limits in growth, opted to understand the principles of the grand path, ultimately comprehending chaos evolution power crossing into heavenly venerable realm. Continue nurturing the fundamental power within bloodline depths. Lin Yuan generously shared, the martial arts evolution road's refinement of the bloodline stemmed from the body cultivation lineage. And the body cultivation lineage highly emphasizes nurturing the bloodline. Fundamental power? Red Cloud King fell into contemplation. I will elaborate further on nurturing methods when this treasure land contention is over. Lin Yuan looked at Red Cloud King. He intended to establish the dissemination time of the martial arts evolution road branch after the contention for the first-class treasure land. Heavenly venerates integrity. Red Cloud King expressed admiration. He could discern that Lin Yuan truly intended to elaborate on nurturing the bloodline. Logically, such secret, other heavenly venerates would likely conceal and hold tightly. Yet, Galaxy Venerate openly shared, making Red Cloud King ashamed. After Red Cloud King departed, Lin Yuan began reassessing the martial arts evolution road branch. Through Lin Yuan's modifications, the branch suitable for dissemination in this Feng Yuan world essentially abandoned the internal cosmos method. No choice. Many strong figures of the chaos void could accept origin infusion, internal world, internal cosmos growth was almost inevitable. However, in this Feng Yuan world, within the 6 ancient countries, internal world, internal cosmos is far from easily attainable, certainly far from common. Lin Yuan could still cultivate internal cosmos in this world because he had undergone it numerous times, comprehending the opening fully, backed by strength and ample resources. Even so, lacking several origin infusions from the chaos void, Lin Yuan's internal cosmos remains weaker than his true self in the chaos void, if not for the fierce sun divine body and fierce sun seeds providing boosts. The true self in this source world simply cannot match the true self in the chaos void in combat strength. Whether internal cosmos or rule comprehension, as long as the core remains unchanged, it's the martial arts evolution road. The more beings cultivate it, the more anchor points and path markers they provide me. Lin Yuan pondered, closing his eyes, re-entering cultivation and insight. Time gradually passed. A decade blinked by. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1198, Arrival, Subscription Request, Mysterious World of Flames. Lin Yuan looked up to observe the towering figure standing with hands behind his back at the highest point of the world. Ever since the seed of the fierce sun formed a great cycle within him, Lin Yuan's position in this world of flames had elevated significantly. He could observe the towering figure more closely. Incredible, truly incredible. The more he observed, the more Lin Yuan felt his own insignificance. The towering figure stood there silently, doing nothing. The aura that naturally emanated from it profoundly moved him. No wonder those supreme saints of the chaos void spend their entire lives pursuing the traces of time life. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Not just any casual guidance from time life could benefit the supreme saints greatly. Also, the mere existence of time life allowed the supreme saints to glimpse higher vistas. What a pity that I cannot stay here for long. Lin Yuan observed for a while and noticed his own mental will gradually twisting as if melding with the surrounding flames, so he quickly retreated. While in the mysterious world of flames, one could observe some mysteries of the 13 tiers level, but could not reside permanently, lest one becomes assimilated. Once assimilated, Lin Yuan would completely merge into that world of flames, unable to return to his physical body. If I could get closer to the ancestor, I would see more of the 13-tier mysteries. Lin Yuan thought to himself. This was far superior to the drop of time blood left by the Moyu Tower Master. The time blood originated from a wondrous life form, but wondrous life forms are merely born from the chaos void and are not 13-tier life forms. Their bloodline possesses only a trivial amount of time power talent at best, nowhere near the level of true time life. In 10 years, I've condensed over 100 more seeds of the fierce sun, but my position in this world of flames has not changed. Do I have to wait for the next larger cycle to form? Lin Yuan pondered to himself, after condensing the 33,333rd seed of the fierce sun, the difficulty of condensing subsequent seeds greatly diminished. In just 10 years, he condensed over 100 more. On average, condensing one every month or two. Beyond 33,333 seeds of the fierce sun, Lin Yuan had little historical experience to draw from. Only 18 royalty in the history of the fierce sun ancient country had possessed such a number of seeds of the fierce sun. And these 18 royals, after condensing 33,333 seeds of the fierce sun, spent countless years without the energy to continue condensing more. I'm not in a hurry anyway, I can take my time. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself, even planning to step into the chaos realm in the future. He didn't intend to give up condensing the seeds of the fierce sun, Xianin. In the ancient Xianin country, in a secluded corner, an avatar of Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him floated droplets of Great Lord's essence blood, containing fundamental fragments of the Xianin Dao. Lin Yuan contemplated while comparing it with the fierce sun Dao, using the inheritance of fierce sun, Xianin chaos, to attempt integration and fusion. Indeed, comprehending the Xianin Dao, supplementing Taiyin, promotes the gestation of chaotic Taiyin Taiyang Taiji. Looking at the droplets of Great Lord's essence blood, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He constantly observed his internal universe, the giant egg formed by insights into the rules of the second realm of chaos, containing the chaotic Taiji Dao. 10 years ago, when he first began to comprehend the Xianin Dao, he estimated that it would take 10,000 years for the chaotic Taiji Dao to evolve. Now, accompanying continued comprehension of the Xianin Dao and fusion with the fierce sun, Lin Yuan clearly felt that in at most 5,000 years, the chaotic Taiji Dao could evolve successfully. 10 years of comprehending Xianin saved him 4,990 years. Lin Yuan considered this a gain. Moreover, comprehending the Xianin Dao sped up the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao, enriching Lin Yuan's own rule comprehension as well. Whether the Xianin Dao or the fierce sun Dao, both had birthed 13-tier time lives, worthy of Lin Yuan's dedication to comprehension. Over the years, I've acquired essence blood from over 200 great lords, without causing any substantial disruption. Lin Yuan glanced around with satisfaction. The result was largely due to his non-forceful approach. Even when taking essence blood, he left behind curiosities of equivalent value. This was enough to silence most great lords. Additionally, Lin Yuan's skillful methods ensured that even if the venerate of the Xianin ancient country's capital had learned of this, they hadn't detected Lin Yuan's position, as had only taken essence blood without any radical actions, so they continued to observe in secret. If Xianin and the fierce sun perfectly fuse, it would be a brand new 13-tier Dao. As with Taiyin and Taiyang's fusion into Taiji, Lin Yuan observed the droplets of Great Lord's essence blood, cross-verifying with the fierce sun Dao, while integrating Taiyin and Taiyang. In the capital of the fierce sun ancient country, Lin Yuan's true self was also in contemplation. At a certain moment, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The emperor seeks me? Lin Yuan looked towards the imperial palace, immediately understanding. Seems like the time has come to set out for the new treasure land. This newly emerged top-tier treasure land is outside the domains of any of the 6 ancient countries, so to gain control of it, the 6 ancient countries must compete. Being a contest within the rules, it isn't particularly urgent after all. All the ancient countries need to gather their heavenly venerate level experts. However, many of these venerates are in closed-door practice and might not come out in a short period, hence the 10-year time limit. Regardless of who ultimately gets the prime territory, it will surely be one of the 6 ancient countries. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at the palace. The emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country was seated on the throne, and peak venerables like Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guanglia had been waiting for quite some time. Galaxy, you're here? The emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guanglia also nodded at Lin Yuan. Very soon, the 12 heavenly venerates participating in the battle for the treasure land had all arrived. The emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country spoke. I assume you all know how to vie for the treasure land. Lin Yuan quietly listened below. Each treasure land forms its own space, containing a certain number of cores within. The more cores of a treasure land that are refined, the greater the control over that land. Of course, this mastery is relative. Even if all the cores of a treasure land are refined, it doesn't necessarily prevent other powerhouses from invading. For example, when Lin Yuan once guarded the Heiyu nest, didn't Jihan Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage still infiltrate? Yet, the battle over treasure lands among the 6 ancient countries is maintained under a certain intensity, hence, the competition is based on refining the cores of the treasure land. After 2,000 years, the ancient country that has refined the most cores of a treasure land will claim it. Thus, the competition for treasure lands is not about who is stronger or weaker, but rather, who can find the cores of the treasure land faster and refine them quickly. Moreover, merely refining the cores of the treasure land is not enough. One must also protect them. Once the cores of the treasure land are refined, they are not infallible and can still be re-refined by other heavenly venerates. Let me send you over. The emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country looked at the 12 heavenly venerates. 10 years ago, the capital of the fierce Sun ancient country had already established a space-time transfer node outside the newly born treasure land, allowing them to teleport there at any time using the country's teleportation formation. For this competition, it's great if you succeed. If not, don't feel pressured. The emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country led the 12 heavenly venerates to the space-time transfer area and turned to offer a word of comfort. But the next moment, Red Flame Venerable, Lin Yuan, and the other venerates stepped into the space-time teleportation formation. Space and time shifted rapidly. Lin Yuan felt the infinite distance being stretched, and after nearly 20 breaths, the space-time fluctuations quickly ceased. We've arrived. Red Flame Venerable glanced around and stepped out of the space-time transfer area. It's much worse than the Qingfen domain, Lin Yuan also observed. Before descending into this source world, Lin Yuan had observed the entire source world through the perspective of the Myriad Realms Gate. Overall, the source world is a boundless continent, with the 6 ancient countries occupying the central, most prosperous, and wealthiest regions of the continent. Those regions nurture many rare and precious treasures, and most treasure lands are also born there. As for beyond the 6 ancient countries, it is much more desolate, which is why the 6 ancient countries fight amongst themselves rather than expanding outward. There is no point. But even in desolation, some rare treasures still occasionally appear. However, a prime treasure land? Honestly, before the appearance of this prime treasure land, the heavenly venerates of the 6 ancient countries would hardly believe a prime treasure land could be nurtured in the barren, desolate regions. According to intelligence, outside the newly born prime treasure land, there is a region of time reversal. Only those who have comprehended the Tao of space-time 9th realm can pass through the time reversal region and enter the treasure land. Red Flame Venerable said in a low voice. The appearance of the treasure land attracted a large number of great lord-level explorers nearby, and nearly all were sent back by the time reversal region. Fusion of time and space 9th realm? Although in this particular source world, comprehending the rules is relatively easier, reaching the 9th realm of space-time is still extremely difficult, generally achievable only by a heavenly venerate. And heavenly venerates? They wouldn't necessarily explore the desolate regions outside the 6 ancient countries, as the heavenly venerate level experts receive numerous benefits by aligning with an ancient country, with no need to waste time in barren areas. Once you enter the treasure land, immediately disperse and find the cores of the treasure land as quickly as possible. Once found, inform me, and I will go to refine them. Red Flame Venerable said. His realm is the highest, and he refines the treasure land cores the fastest. Even if discovered by other ancient country heavenly venerates, he has the best chance of guarding the treasure land cores. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. The other heavenly venerates nodded as well. Upon seeing this, Red Flame Venerable felt somewhat more at ease. In competing for the treasure land, cooperation is key. It's not about fighting to win or lose but rather refining more of the treasure land's cores. Considering how the Emperor values Galaxy, he probably doesn't want him getting injured in the competition. I need to watch out for him. Red Flame Venerable glanced at Lin Yuan and thought to himself. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1199 Fu Su Heavenly Venerate, Seeking Subscription. As the leader of the 12 Heavenly Venerates dispatched by the fierce Sun Ancient Country, Red Flame Venerable is certainly focused on competing for the treasure trove. He wouldn't sacrifice the opportunity to refine the treasure trove's core just to accommodate Lin Yuan. But in choices that aren't critical, he plans to lean slightly toward Lin Yuan. Is that the newly emergent first-class treasure land? Lin Yuan looked far into the distance at the winding mountain range, where the power of time was chaotic, faintly revealing a vast world. Each first-class treasure land is located in relatively opposing spacetimes, and only when it nurtures the first batch of wonders will it connect with the outside world, which is the so-called emergence of the treasure land. The core of a first-class treasure land is probably between 100 and 200, and these cores merge with the land itself, making it very difficult to locate them quickly. Lin Yuan thought to himself. So among the 12 heavenly venerates dispatched by the major ancient countries, at least a few must excel at seeking cores. In the 12 peak venerables of the fierce Sun Ancient Country, Venerable Hengyang excels in search methods. Let's wait for a while. Once the other ancient countries' heavenly venerates arrive, we can go in. Red Flame Venerable glanced at several distant spots, where space-time slightly twisted, indicating the presence of ancient country heavenly venerates. After entering the treasure land, disperse as much as possible to search for the treasure land's core. Once found, immediately notify me and Guanglia. Red Flame Venerable emphasized that discovering the treasure land's core isn't the end. The most crucial part is refining and guarding it, which requires strength. Venerable Guangli's special Chaos Power Path, with 33 avatars, each close to the original Buddha strength, is the most suitable heavenly venerate to guard the treasure land's core. After speaking, Red Flame Venerable sat cross-legged, as did the other heavenly venerates. Lin Yuan focused his mind, keeping a distant watch on the new treasure land while using the remaining mental power to practice and comprehend. The 12 heavenly venerates of Daling Ancient Country also waited patiently, led by Spirit Prison Venerable, whose terrifying strength made him an extremely ancient heavenly venerate of Daling Ancient Country. At this moment, Spirit Prison Venerable's eyes were like two endless deep prisons, gazing distantly at the winding mountains. The Chaos Power Path evolved by Spirit Prison Venerable was in his eyes. Spirit Prison Venerable's eyes are two prison worlds named Spirit Prison, where even peak venerables would be suppressed for a time. Spirit Prison, how do you feel? Any confidence? Besides Spirit Prison Venerable, Lingon Venerable Sage asked. It's still too early to talk about confidence. Spirit Prison Venerable shook his head. The venerates from Defu Ancient Country have yet to arrive. Defu Ancient Country, also one of the 6 major ancient countries, is unlike the other 5 as it was the very first ancient country that emerged in this source world, with its ancestor being the first-time life. Defu Ancient Country is unfathomably deep, with 2 out of the 5 13th-tier ancestors from the 5 major ancient countries coming from Defu Ancient Country. Among the 6 major ancient countries in the source world, while they appear to be competing, Defu Ancient Country holds the most transcendent position. Besides the Defu ancestor, It is due to the terrifying heavenly venerate level powerhouses of this ancient country. No matter in quantity or strength, they surpass the other ancient countries. The Fu ancient country, Lingon Venerable Sage also felt the pressure. He understood Spirit Prison Venerable's meaning. If the Fu ancient country dispatches its strongest venerates, Spirit Prison Venerable naturally wouldn't have much confidence. Except for the Fu ancient country, surely for the other 4 major ancient countries, Spirit Prison you shouldn't have any problem. Lingon Venerable Sage continued to ask. The other 4 major ancient countries, Spirit Prison Venerable glanced at the locations occupied by the Fierce Sun ancient country, Xianin ancient country, Thunderclap ancient country, and Barbaric Wilderness countries venerates, saying nothing. Based on past performance, Spirit Prison Venerable naturally has confidence. However, in the competition for a first-class treasure land, each major ancient country typically employs some hidden weapons, making it uncertain. On the Xianin ancient country side, the 12 peak venerables quietly observed the heavenly venerate level powerhouses from other ancient countries. The Ling ancient country actually dispatched Spirit Prison Venerable? That's quite troublesome. Su In Heavenly Venerate looked gravely at the location occupied by the Ling ancient country. Among the top peak venerables of various ancient countries, Spirit Prison Venerable is definitely the most difficult. It's not so much about Spirit Prison Venerable's killing force, but rather his eyes, capable of trapping powerhouses at the peak venerable level. In regular times, such a method isn't much, as a peak venerable strength can break free. It's just a delay. However, within the treasure land, the ordinary refining of the treasure land's core requires precisely that bit of time. Imagine a peak venerable painstakingly discovering a treasure land's core, just ready to refine it. But Spirit Prison Venerable traps them in the spirit prison within his eyes, and by the time they break free, the treasure land's core has been refined. The many peak venerables of Deling ancient country also moved in for reinforcement. It would certainly be extraordinarily frustrating. Spirit Prison Venerable's 2 spirit prisons are indeed troublesome, but not unbeatable. Even if he traps them, among the 70 or 80 peak venerables of the 6 great ancient countries, how many can he really capture? Surely he won't be able to withstand them all? Earth In Venerable commented. This time, among Xianin ancient country's 12 peak venerables, there are 4 regarded as top-tier peak venerables, including Su In Heavenly Venerate, Earth In Venerable, and 2 others. Still need to be cautious. Su In Heavenly Venerate remarked. No matter what, Spirit Prison Venerable is undeniably one of the most formidable among the numerous top-tier peak venerables. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1200 Fu Su Heavenly Venerate, Request for Subscription, _ Thunderclap Ancient Country. As one of the 6 major ancient countries, the strong ones of Thunderclap Ancient Country were fundamentally born from thunder. It is said that the thunder origin ancestor was the first being to come to life from thunder in this Fengyuan world. Later, he was accepted as a disciple by the Defu ancestor and eventually stepped into the 13th layer, founding the Thunderclap Ancient Country. In this treasure land competition, if possible, we will naturally seize this treasure land. If not, we will secretly help the Barbaric Wilderness country to take the treasure land. The leading peak venerable of Thunderclap Ancient Country said, the Barbaric Wilderness country and Thunderclap Ancient Country have a close relationship. Although the Thunder Origin ancestor broke away to establish the Thunderclap Ancient Country, the ties with the Barbaric Wilderness country were never severed. No problem. The other peak venerables of Thunderclap Ancient Country nodded. The competition for the treasure land is limited to 2,000 years. After 2,000 years, whoever has the most cores of the treasure land refined will gain the ruling rights to it. If Thunderclap Ancient Country ends up refining too few cores of the treasure land, not even making it into the top 3, they will secretly transfer the treasure land cores to the heavenly venerables of the Barbaric Wilderness country. Doing so would at least recover some loss, preventing the barbaric wilderness country from acquiring the treasure land cores for nothing. In fact, not only Thunderclap Ancient Country does this. Once other ancient countries realize the cores of the treasure land they refined have no chance of taking first place, they will sell them at various prices. It's just that the Thunderclap Ancient Country, being close to the barbaric wilderness country, would prioritize selling to them. I wonder, which heavenly venerables will the barbaric wilderness country send this time? The leading venerable of Thunderclap Ancient Country glanced around. Currently, the heavenly venerables of the 5 major ancient countries have all arrived. Only the barbaric wilderness country remains absent. Barbaric wilderness country. 12 tall figures stood there, with time and space slightly disintegrating around them. Among the 6 major ancient countries, the barbaric wilderness country has the most first-class treasure lands. The leading peak venerable looked around, and our barbaric wilderness country occupies the fewest first-class treasure lands, with only about a dozen. A first-class treasure land produces rare resources that are highly beneficial to heavenly venerables. Occupying more first-class treasure lands might not show immediate impact, but over time, the effect is significant. Why does the barbaric wilderness country have the strongest overall strength and the most in number? Is it because of the Defu ancestor? Among the 6 ancient countries, the ancestors seldom interfere unless something significant occurs. The ancestors of many ancient countries left behind numerous inherited secret techniques and heir-affiliated remnants. Otherwise, there are not many differences. The history of the barbaric wilderness country is the most ancient, naturally giving rise to more heavenly venerables. This is indeed a reason, but not the main one. The barbaric wilderness country's strength is such because it occupies the most treasure lands, especially first-class ones. The barbaric wilderness country holds nearly a third of this source world's first-class treasure lands. Occupying so many first-class treasure lands that are immensely beneficial to heavenly venerables makes it difficult for the barbaric wilderness country not to be strong. Therefore, the leading peak venerable of the barbaric wilderness country continued, "This newly born first-class treasure land is imperative for our barbaric wilderness country. Currently, to acquire new treasure lands, a country needs to initiate full-scale warfare with other ancient countries, seizing the area where the opponent's first-class treasure land is located. In doing so, they can naturally obtain the ruling rights to the corresponding first-class treasure land. But it is extremely difficult. Full-scale warfare between ancient countries can range from small to large. If small, only a few heavenly venerable level experts will be dispatched, with minor clashes, at best involving the gain or loss of tens to hundreds of major regions. However, in a large-scale full war, it becomes terrifying, with heavenly venerables and peak venerables continuously taking action, capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Compared to such full-scale warfare, this competition for a newly born first-class treasure land is much milder. At least, the time is limited to only 2,000 years, and each ancient country involves only 12 peak venerables. The key point is that in the quest for a first-class treasure land, it's not just about strength but also about luck. With good luck, you can casually find a pile of treasure land cores. Besides luck, it also depends on financial power. For example, during the final moments of the treasure land competition, when other ancient countries see that their refined treasure land cores cannot contend for first place, they will sell off treasure land cores. At this time, as long as you can afford the price, you can completely buy them. If the barbaric wilderness country can afford the price, there's a significant chance to seize this first-class treasure land. Of course, even if it's possible to buy treasure land cores through financial power, they must strive to acquire more treasure land cores on their own to minimize costs. The barbaric wilderness country is eager for this newly born first-class treasure land but not foolish. Just as the many peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries were waiting patiently to enter the treasure land, a sudden fluctuation of time and space swiftly arrived, drawing all peak venerables' attention to its source. What is that? Lin Yuan also opened his eyes. At present, all the peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries had assembled. Only the most mysterious, barbaric wilderness country, was absent. Time and space spread like ripples in all directions. 12 figures emerged from the depths of space-time, led by a man in a dark robe. He stood silently, not exuding any aura, suppressing the 11 peak venerables behind him. It seemed the man in the dark robe was the center of this space-time, with other existences being mere supporting roles, dependent on the dark-robed man. So powerful! Lin Yuan was secretly shocked. The man in the dark robe gave him a feeling similar to that of the demonic Jade Tower Master. Of course, no comparison to Shen Huang. The last time Lin Yuan saw Shen Huang, he forcibly broke free from the time loop, equivalent to stepping half a step towards the 13th layer. The strength of an invincible great saint? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Whether it be the red-eyed venerable, Venerable Guanglie, Venerable Hengyang, or several other peak venerables from different ancient countries, they were only close to the invincible great saint level. But the dark-robed man was undoubtedly an invincible great saint. The invincible great saint here refers to the invincible great saint of the chaos void. As for this Feng Yuan world, it might not count as an invincible great saint. With feedback from multiple 13th layer ancestors, more than one invincible great saint level power has surely been born. With more than one, it's not invincible. Haha, everyone, my barbaric wilderness country is late. I hope you can forgive us. The man in the dark robe smiled slightly, speaking to the other peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries. His voice seemed to have a strange infectiousness, causing idle great lords watching from afar to feel as though their thoughts were being distorted. The peak venerables of Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Barbaric Wilderness Country, Xianin Ancient Country, and other ancient countries frowned slightly. Is it Fu Su Venerate? Fu Su Venerate's strength surpasses the top peak venerables. Is the Barbaric Wilderness Country placing great importance on this treasure land? Wasn't it said that Fu Su Venerate was preparing to break through to that level? Why is he here? One by one, the top peak venerables felt the pressure, especially the peak venerables of Thunderclap Ancient Country. They were determined to get the first-class treasure land, but facing Fu Su Venerate, forces started feeling the pressure rising. Especially the peak venerables of Thunderclap Ancient Country, it felt overwhelming. No need to feel pressured. Red Flame venerables surveyed around. For this first-class treasure land, the Fierce Sun Ancient Country has made sure that I brought some of the foundation to the fore. Even if it's possible to buy treasure land cores through financial means, they will surely try to obtain as many treasure land cores as possible on their own, so as to pay the least cost. Although the Barbaric Wilderness Country is eager for this newly born first-class treasure land, they are not foolish. Buzz. Just as the many peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries were patiently waiting to enter the treasure land, a sudden spatial fluctuation rapidly approached, drawing all the peak venerables' attention toward the source of the disturbance. What is that? Lin Yuan likewise opened his eyes. At present, the peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries had all arrived, only the most mysterious barbaric wilderness country remaining. Time and space rippled outward in all directions like ripples. 12 figures emerged from the depths of space-time, led by a man in a dark robe, who stood silently, emitting no aura but still suppressing the 11 peak venerables standing behind him. It seemed that this man in the dark robe was standing in the void, yet paradoxically overshadowed the other peak venerables present. Everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you, said Fu Su with a subtle infectious melody in his voice, as he addressed the other peak venerables. All eyes turned to the man in the dark robe, who seemed to be the center of an expanding spatial ripple spreading in all directions. Even Lin Yuan opened his eyes, noting that now all the peak venerables from the 5 major ancient countries had gathered, except for the most mysterious Defu ancient country. Just then, a distortion in space rippled outward rapidly, drawing the gaze of all the peak venerables to its origin. From the depths of space, 12 figures emerged, led by a man in a dark robe, standing quietly without emitting the slightest aura, yet overshadowing the 11 peak venerables behind him. It seemed that this man in the dark robe gave the impression of having crossed half a step beyond the 12th layer. An invincible great saint, Lin Yuan thought to himself, recognizing the man in the dark robe. Though in this Feng Yuan world, he probably wouldn't count as invincible. Ah, gentlemen, I wonder which heavenly venerables the great Defu country will send this time to contend for the treasure territory? The leading peak venerable of Thunderclap ancient country had scanned the surroundings, noting that the heavenly venerables of the 5 great ancients were all present, with only Defu ancient country remaining. Time and space rippled outward in waves. 12 figures emerged from the depths of time-space, with a man in a dark robe leading them, standing quietly. He didn't emanate a trace of aura, yet he seemed to suppress the 11 peak venerables behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1201. Explosion. Subscription requested. Since the 12 peak venerables of the Defu ancient country have arrived, the competition for the treasure land officially begins. Almost simultaneously, the peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries all entered the treasure land together. Time reversal? Lin Yuan sensed a trace of the power of time flowing around. Those lacking in time-space comprehension will be unable to avoid the influence of this power, slipping back to a position a few breaths earlier. When this first-class treasure land was first discovered, it was by a great lord exploring nearby. However, these great lords could barely even enter, let alone obtain the rare treasures produced within. Quickly, Lin Yuan crossed the time flow area and stepped into the treasure land. Such vast space-time? Lin Yuan glanced around, pondering silently. Initially, a first-class treasure land remains connected to the source world upon its emergence, but this connection gradually fades with time, manifesting as the treasure land's space-time continuously dwindles. For example, the Heiyu Nest, this first-class treasure land emerged countless ages ago, and its space-time has shrunk significantly, so much so that it takes only 2 breaths for Jihan Venerate and Baiyin Venerable Sage to infiltrate the treasure land and reach its core. It is akin to an unripe fruit connected to the mother tree, essentially a part of it. But once the fruit matures and detaches from the mother tree, it becomes merely a fruit. The principle is similar for treasure lands. Red Lotus, Galaxy, you too search in that direction. Red Flame Venerable immediately commanded, arranging for 10 peak venerables to disperse and search, and to notify him and Venerable Guanglia immediately upon discovering the treasure land's core. Then Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guanglia would personally proceed to refine it. All right. Lin Yuan saw no issue with this arrangement and immediately proceeded in the direction he needed to explore. Since the treasure land's core might exist anywhere, the search could only be conducted by flying slowly, as void traversal would be too prone to oversight. As for deploying domain methods to investigate, when the treasure land just emerged, while connected to the source world, even Lin Yuan's divine ability world could only lock onto a surrounding area of 100 billion li. Anything farther could lead to omissions. Swish. Lin Yuan's figure vanished, heading in the direction arranged by Red Flame Venerable. This first-class treasure land is indeed extraordinary. It feels even heavier than the Heiyu Nest? Lin Yuan thought silently, comparing as he personally entered this first-class treasure land. At the capital of the fierce Sun ancient country, within an independent space. The 12 peak venerables involved in the treasure land competition, including Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Hingyong, all left an avatar here for communication at any time. I discovered a core of the treasure land. At this moment, Red Lotus Venerable suddenly opened his eyes and said, "So soon?" Lin Yuan looked at Red Lotus Venerable. Discovering a core shortly after entering the treasure land could only be attributed to exceptional luck. "I'll head over right away," Red Flame Venerable immediately said. At the same time, within the first-class treasure land, Red Flame Venerable, who had been overseeing the entire situation without moving, immediately headed to Red Lotus Venerable's location. Where is the treasure land's core? Lin Yuan investigated carefully. Oh, Is that a peak venerable from Xianin ancient country? Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Far to the left front, a peak venerable from Xianin ancient country seemed to be on a trajectory that intersected with Lin Yuan's path. The peak venerable from Xianin ancient country glanced at Lin Yuan from afar, but did not linger, continuing along his exploratory path. Fierce Sun ancient country and Xianin ancient country are continually at war, but entering the treasure land this time is primarily for refining the core. Without a core, the two peak venerables wouldn't even clash, as that would merely please the other ancient country venerables. With my outer world coverage compared to other peak venerables, I surely have an advantage, Lin Yuan thought, as he himself was suppressed to only investigate within 100 billion li radius. Other venerables would be even more harshly suppressed. But I shouldn't underestimate them, all are peak venerables, and some are even top-notch peak venerables. There's no knowing what methods they might have. Lin Yuan remained cautious. Another part of the treasure land. The 12 peak venerables of the Deling ancient country descended simultaneously. Leave a main battle body with me. Spirit Prison Venerable glanced at the other 11 peak venerables. I have a secret technique that can slightly sense the treasure land's core aura. Upon detecting it, I'll head there directly and release your main battle bodies to refine the treasure land core, then proceed to the next core. All right. The 11 peak venerables of Deling ancient country nodded, having already devised a plan for refining the treasure land core prior, with everything centered around Spirit Prison Venerable. Spirit Prison Venerable's Chaos Spirit Prison technique was not only effective at trapping other peak venerables but also remotely sensing the treasure land's core. Though this sensing has many limitations, it's far superior to slowly flying and searching. After each handing over their main battle body to Spirit Prison Venerable, the 11 venerables of Deling ancient country also searched in different directions. Even though this treasure land contest is primarily led by Spirit Prison Venerable, they must make multiple plans, not relying solely on Spirit Prison Venerable. Spirit Prison Venerable's expression suddenly changed, gazing into a certain direction, stepping forward, and vanishing on the spot. I discovered a treasure land core so quickly. A peak venerable from Thunderclap ancient country gazed excitedly at the illusory heavenly pillar before him. The illusory heavenly pillar merged into the treasure land core, only detectable when close enough. They'll start attempting to refine it now. This peak venerable from Thunderclap ancient country, after informing the other 11 peak venerables of the core's location, immediately began the refining attempt. At that moment, space-time subtly twisted. The figure of Spirit Prison Venerable appeared, overlooking the Thunderclap ancient country's peak venerable attempting to refine below. Spirit Prison? This peak venerable from Thunderclap ancient country, immediately noticing Spirit Prison Venerable, growled softly, "This treasure land core belongs to my Thunderclap ancient country." Is that so? Spirit Prison Venerable looked down, a sneer on his face. Just now it was yours, now it's mine. As soon as the words fell, the left eye of the Spirit Prison Venerate rapidly began to expand, forming a prison that reached the heavens and the earth, enveloping the peak venerable of the Thunderclap ancient country within. What is this? The peak venerable of the Thunderclap ancient country struggled with all his might, but to no avail, and was quickly absorbed into the left eye of the Spirit Prison Venerate. Trapping you for a month is more than enough. Feeling the struggle within his left eye prison, the Spirit Prison Venerate casually remarked. Trapped for a month? It must be noted that the entire time to contend for the treasured grounds totals only 2,000 years. The most critical phase is likely the first few decades. Come out. The Spirit Prison Venerate immediately released the main battle physical bodies of several peak venerables from the Deling ancient country. You begin refining now. Yes. These peak venerables felt invigorated. They too sensed that the peak venerable of the Thunderclap ancient country posed no resistance in front of the Spirit Prison Venerate and was directly suppressed by the left eye prison. Very soon, the core of this treasured ground was refined by several peak venerables from the Deling ancient country. The Spirit Prison Venerate, constantly operating the perception secret technique, made another discovery, and his figure disappeared from where he stood. Elsewhere, Lin Yuan, who was rapidly exploring, showed a slight change in expression. What is this? The next moment, Lin Yuan appeared billions of miles away, facing an illusory sky pillar standing tall, almost fused with the surrounding space and time. Treasure Ground Core. Lin Yuan's face broke into a smile. Since Red Lotus Venerable discovered the first Treasure Ground Core, subsequently, 5 other heavenly venerates have discovered Treasure Ground Cores. The Treasure Ground Core before Lin Yuan should be the 7th core discovered by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Upon discovering this Treasure Ground Core, Lin Yuan immediately contacted Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guanglia. I will refine it myself first. Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guanglia were on their way and needed time. Lin Yuan could definitely refine part of it during this period. This would save the time needed for complete refinement. Rustling. With this thought, Lin Yuan immediately set to work. Just then Lin Yuan's expression changed and he looked up. A figure silently appeared there, looking down at Lin Yuan. Galaxy Venerate of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country? The Spirit Prison Venerate's face revealed a smile. With the power of the Chaos Spirit Prison he developed, as long as he didn't meet Fu Su Venerate of the Defu Ancient Country, other Peak Venerables, even top Peak Venerables, could be trapped for a time. And Galaxy Venerate? Even though he was the first in the 6 grand ancient countries to transform ancestral bloodlines into a heavenly Venerate level entity, he was far from being able to contend with him. Spirit Prison Venerate? Lin Yuan's expression was grave. The strength of the Spirit Prison Venerate was definitely on par with Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guanglia, and in terms of being difficult to deal with, he even surpassed the former. An independent space of Fierce Sun Country. Spirit Prison Venerate has gone there? Red Flame Venerable looked at Lin Yuan, eyebrows tightly knit. Immediately withdraw from that Treasure Ground Core. Withdraw from the Treasure Ground Core? Lin Yuan looked at Red Flame Venerable. After going to great lengths to find a Treasure Ground Core, just let it be handed over to the Spirit Prison Venerate like that? If you do not withdraw and you get trapped within the prison of the Spirit Prison Venerate, the losses to our Fierce Sun Ancient Country would only be greater, Red Flame Venerable calmly said. Even though letting go of the Treasure Ground Core made him very unwilling, if they stalled further, the loss faced by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country would be more than just this treasure core. Even Lin Yuan might be involved. Red Flame Venerable told me to retreat. Lin Yuan looked at the Spirit Prison Venerate above, secretly thinking to himself, "Enter my Spirit Prison." The Spirit Prison Venerate looked down at Lin Yuan. His right eye began to spread and expand, transforming into a towering and thorough spirit prison, instantly enveloping Lin Yuan, then absorbing him into the right eye. Suppressing and trapping the heavenly venerates from other ancient countries would only cause greater losses to those countries, so the Spirit Prison Venerate naturally wouldn't pass up the chance. You refine quickly. After absorbing Galaxy Venerate into the right eye Spirit Prison, the Spirit Prison Venerate waved his hand, and several venerates from the Deling Ancient Country appeared. Yes. These venerates from the Deling Ancient Country looked at the Spirit Prison Venerate, their spirits unprecedentedly invigorated. In such a short time, they had snatched 2 treasure ground cores from other ancient countries, and if this continues, the number of cores refined by the Deling Ancient Country would certainly not be small. However, just as these peak venerables from the Deling Ancient Country were about to descend and refine the illusory sky pillar, they suddenly noticed the previously calm and indifferent Spirit Prison Venerate's expression drastically changed, unable to control his retreating body, while his right hand instinctively covered his right eye. Spirit Prison, what's wrong? The peak venerables from the Deling Ancient Country sensed something was wrong and immediately inquired. The remaining left eye of the Spirit Prison Venerate showed incredulity as he looked at the peak venerables from the Deling Ancient Country. Stay away from me. Stay away. The peak venerables from the Deling Ancient Country glanced at each other, unsure of what had happened. However, what they didn't know was that on the surface of the Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye, tightly covered, red light began to appear. If the red light were magnified billions of times, it would be like a series of fiery suns. The red light spots, infinite and endless, instantly filled the surface of the spirit prison venerate's eyeball. At this moment, the spirit prison venerate's right eye, under the endless red light, seemed to have transformed into a fireball. The next moment, the spirit prison venerate's right eye exploded directly. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1202. Which two peak heavenly venerables are fighting? Black Myth Prize list to be announced later. The eyes of the Spirit Prison Venerable contain two deep spirit prisons, which is the Chaos Power Path evolved by the Spirit Prison Venerable. In terms of direct attack, the Spirit Prison Venerable is not particularly strong, but in suppressing and trapping enemies, among the hundreds of peak venerables from the 6 ancient countries this time, the Spirit Prison Venerable could definitely rank in the top 3. As long as it's not a top peak venerable, falling into the spirit prisons of his eyes, one would be trapped for at least several days to several dozen days. Facing a top peak venerable? Spirit Prison Venerable would not easily bring this level of strong fighters into his gaze. First, he wouldn't be able to trap them for long. Second, it would require most of his focus to suppress them. Some things are not worth the cost. This is understandable. After all, among the tens of peak venerables from the 6 ancient countries this time, there aren't many that can truly be called top peak venerables, probably only about 20 or so in total. The vast majority are still regular peak venerables. Venerable Guanglie can split into 33 avatars. Each avatar is equivalent to a relatively strong peak venerable and would still be suppressed and trapped for a period when encountering the Spirit Prison Venerable. In fact, not only would Spirit Prison Venerable not easily make a move against a certain top peak venerable. Even among the top peak venerables, it's impossible for them to start a fight upon meeting, not even for the core pillar of a treasure land. Numerous strong fighters have just entered the treasure land, and there are many unclaimed core pillars. Even if top peak venerables encounter one of them would ultimately back away to seek a new core pillar. As for fighting over it, it's only when we reach the late stages of contention, when most core pillars have owners, that the top peak venerables would really open up and decide the fate. My eyes! The Spirit Prison Venerable let out a scream. His right eye exploded, equivalent to his Chaos Power Path being damaged, which greatly affected him. Clattering sounds. In the depths of thick temporal fluctuations, Lin Yuan slowly stepped out, glancing at the Spirit Prison Venerable clutching his right eye. Within the spirit prison of the Spirit Prison Venerable's right eye, time and space were almost materialized. The moment Lin Yuan was deeply trapped, he deliberately unfolded the divine ability world. Inside him 33,333 seeds of the fierce sun formed a great cycle, reflecting to the outer universe, transforming into 33,333 rounds of fierce suns. In a single action, he blew out the spirit prison of the Spirit Prison Venerable's right eye. This Spirit Prison Venerable truly lives up to his name. Lin Yuan thought inwardly. If the seeds of the fierce sun inside him hadn't formed a great cycle, then falling into the other spirit prison, he would have at least been suppressed for several to 10 days. Galaxy Venerate, do you possess the strength of a top peak venerable? The Spirit Prison Venerable's figure slightly trembled, quickly calming down. The right eye was blown out, but he still had the left eye, the foundation was still there, and he quickly stabilized. To be able to break the spirit prison in his eye so forcefully, only a top peak venerable could be capable. And one who is skilled in killing within the top peak venerables. The Spirit Prison Venerable was unwilling to bring the top peak venerables into his gaze, due to this very concern. The chaos evolution path of top peak venerables encompasses all, and if running into one with stunning killing power, it is entirely possible to crush the spirit prison from within. At this moment, Lin Yuan was just that. The expressions of other peak venerables from the Deling ancient country nearby slightly changed. Top Peak Venerable? Galaxy Venerate just stepped into the Heavenly Venerable realm? I concede. Lin Yuan quietly watched the Spirit Prison Venerable. Trapped in the Spirit Prison of the other's right eye, Lin Yuan had no choice but to give his all, otherwise being trapped inside would definitely cause greater loss. Even if you entered the Heavenly Venerable realm through the bloodline of the ancestor, I don't believe your strength increased this rapidly. Spirit Prison Venerable stared at Lin Yuan, a hidden whirlpool rotating deep in his left eye. For a moment, the rules of heaven and earth were changing, an abyssal prison took shape, as if the Spirit Prison in Spirit Prison Venerable's left eye was transferring outwards. Facing different levels of enemies, Spirit Prison Venerable had varying methods. Against regular Peak Venerables? Simply trap them in the Spirit Prison of his eyes. But facing the same level top Peak Venerables, the approach must be more cautious, first probing with the Spirit Prison in his eyes, ensuring the opponent has no means to destroy the foundation of the Spirit Prison before considering trapping them. It seems he thinks I used external forces? Lin Yuan understood in his heart, the means he used to burst the Spirit Prison were clearly at the level of top Peak Venerables, but this doesn't mean Lin Yuan is a top Peak Venerable. Perhaps he used some external techniques? The right eye was burst. Spirit Prison Venerable suffered heavy losses. He certainly wouldn't easily let Lin Yuan go. Alright then, let me see the strength of a top Peak Venerable. Lin Yuan observed the changing heavens and earth around him. A top Peak Venerable, even in the chaos void, they'd be close to an invincible great saint. Such an opponent, Lin Yuan found somewhat intriguing. Previously bursting the Spirit Prison was entirely due to the Spirit Prison Venerable's complacency, and Lin Yuan had exploited it to his advantage. Rumble. The next moment, two starkly different times and spaces began fiercely colliding, the Spirit Prison of Spirit Prison Venerable's left eye and Lin Yuan's external cosmic power continuously interwoven. The terrifying power caused time and space to be annihilated in large areas. Spirit Prison has gotten truly angry. In the distance, the Ling Peak Venerables who were about to refine the core pillar immediately retreated far away. The Heavenly Venerables of the 6 ancient countries are divided into 4 levels. From weak to strong, they are Ordinary Venerables, Peak Venerables, Top Peak Venerables, and Fu Su Venerable, such as the strongest Peak Venerable. The Chaos Power Paths evolved by Top Peak Venerables are far superior to Ordinary Venerables and Peak Venerables, resulting in significant differences in combat power. As for Fu Su Venerable, like the strongest Venerable, actually they aren't fundamentally different from Top Peak Venerables, as their Chaos Power Paths are essentially on the same level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1203. Which 2 Peak Venerables are battling? Black Myth Prize winners to be announced later. _2 The reason Fu Su Venerate stands above the Peak Venerables is that he mastered a supreme legacy passed down from the ancestors. Each of the 6 ancient countries' 13th generation ancestors left relevant supreme legacies in their treasuries, which many venerates attempt to cultivate, but very few actually succeed. Cultivating and mastering are 2 different things. Is this the power of a Peak Venerable? The few Peak Venerables of the Daling ancient country looked at each other, their hearts inevitably uneasy. The clash between Lin Yuan and the Spirit Prison Venerate unleashed a wave of power, which alone was equivalent to the full force of these Peak Venerables. The Galaxy Venerate should be a Peak Venerable. The few Daling Peak Venerables silently observed, forming their judgment. The Spirit Prison Venerate suspected that Lin Yuan had used external help to explode his right eye's Spirit Prison, and the same speculation naturally occurred to these Peak Venerables. After all, Lin Yuan's rise was too rapid. Even if he carried the ancestral bloodline of a Venerate, wouldn't growth and exploration require time? However, after the clash before them, even though the Spirit Prison Venerate lost his right eye, his strength as a Peak Venerable remained, and he still couldn't suppress the Galaxy Venerate in the slightest. This was a straightforward battle. If not a Peak Venerable, then what? Rumbling. The direct clash between two peak venerables continually spread its power to all corners of the world. Does that peak venerables fighting fiercely? The peak venerable of Thunderclap ancient country had just refined a core pillar and looked up in a certain direction, secretly curious. Just entering the treasure grounds, and there are peak venerables dueling? Apart from the Defu ancient country, in the other 5 ancient countries, peak venerables are generally the limit of combat power. In the initial scramble for the treasure grounds, even if they encounter each other, they wouldn't easily fight. Is one of the peak venerables the spirit prison venerate? Who is the other? The peak venerable of Thunderclap ancient country gazed into the distance, pondering. Never mind, whoever it is, the more fiercely they fight, the better, giving me the chance to refine more core pillars. Immediately, this peak venerable flew off in another direction, searching for new core pillars. Meanwhile, all the places within the treasure grounds sensed the battle between peak venerables. Is it the spirit prison venerate? Has the spirit prison venerate encountered a foe so quickly? Who is the peak venerable clashing with the spirit prison venerate? I've never sensed this kind of aura before. However, this power is scorching and bold. It should be a peak venerable from the fierce sun ancient country, but the 3 peak venerables sent this time by the fierce sun ancient country, Qi Yan, Hengyang, and Guanglie, none seem to match. Many peak venerables, even the peak venerables, focused part of their attention on this battle. However, they continued their frantic search for each place's core pillars. Spirit prison eternal. The spirit prison venerate's right eye was hollow, and his left eye was endlessly deep, subtly causing nearby realms to twist and rotate. This move was considered one of his killer moves, specifically prepared for other peak venerables, but now it was being used on Lin Yuan. What is this? Lin Yuan's expression was somewhat grave. The many seeds of the fierce sun within him started to glow. Around him, within the cosmos he enveloped, thousands upon thousands of fierce suns ascended, and in an instant, there were 33,333 fierce suns suspended. This was the first time Lin Yuan fully activated the divine ability world in front of others. Previously, when trapped within the right eye spirit prison, no other powers watched. This move again? The spirit prison venerate's expression was fierce. His right eye had been burst open by such a relentless force of the fierce sun. As rounds of fierce suns floated, the spirit prison realm released by the spirit prison venerate swiftly dissolved, with 60% of its area disintegrating in no time. This technique has never been used by any peak venerables in the history of the fierce sun ancient country. The spirit prison venerate felt strained and found it hard to believe. At this moment, he was sure that Lin Yuan's method of bursting his right eye wasn't from an external force but stemmed from his own strength. Spirit prison venerate, still not running? Rounds of fierce suns hovered around Lin Yuan, and he himself transformed into an even larger fierce sun, illuminating the universe. Run! The spirit prison venerate felt aggrieved, but he knew that he indeed should run. If he continued, he would have to pay a price to take his leave. Galaxy venerate, you concealed your strength and prematurely ruined one of my spirit prisons. Otherwise, how would I have fallen behind? The spirit prison venerate's remaining eye stared at Lin Yuan, still somewhat unconvinced. If the right eye spirit prison remained, even if unable to defeat the galaxy venerate, neither of the 2 peak venerables could do much harm to each other, rather than ending in his own retreat. 2 spirit prisons compared to 1 dictated a completely different strength for the spirit prison venerate. Of course, given the terrifying strength Lin Yuan displayed now, even if the spirit prison venerate's right eye were intact, it would still be difficult to overpower him. At most, it would be an equal stalemate. Get lost. Lin Yuan looked down and considered that with his current strength, forcibly keeping the spirit prison venerate would be challenging, and even with all his cards deployed, it would take a lot of time, and hope would be slim. During this span, various changes could happen, such as other peak venerables from the Deling ancient country coming to rescue him. Under such circumstances, it would lead to internal consumption between the fierce sun ancient country and the Deling ancient country, benefiting the other 4 ancient countries. Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't choose to do so. Expelling the spirit prison venerate sufficed. In fact, had the spirit prison venerate not been unwilling and wanted to verify Lin Yuan's true strength, the two wouldn't have fought at all. Leave. The spirit prison venerate felt aggrieved, but he still maintained the remaining spirit prison realm to quickly flee. Though the spirit prison realm formed by his left eye wasn't vast, it was invincible and promptly broke through Lin Yuan's cosmic suppression, fleeing. As for the few peak venerables from the Deling ancient country at the beginning, they had already retreated far away. Once they sensed things were going awry, they immediately withdrew. Seeing this, Lin Yuan did not pursue further but returned to the core pillar below and immediately began refining it. These pillars are the core of the treasure grounds. By refining the pillars, can one somewhat control the treasure grounds? As the refinement continued, Lin Yuan faintly sensed the connection between this pillar and the treasure grounds. In the capital of the fierce Sun country, within an independent space. Embodied here were avatars of 12 peak venerables, including Red Flame Venerate and Venerable Guanglie, gathered to communicate at any time. The consciousness shared between avatars and their true forms. Now, these 12 venerates dispersed throughout the newly born treasure grounds, relying on this avatar network to contact each other. Galaxy, why did the core pillar you found transmit the vibrations of a peak venerable battle? Red Flame Venerate immediately regarded Lin Yuan. The other peak venerables heard this and similarly turned their gaze. When two peak venerables fought with full force, most of the treasure grounds would perceive it. Even those who hadn't sensed it heard of it from friends. Galaxy, which peak venerable is battling the spirit prison? Venerable Guanglie was equally curious. I could feel the aura and power of the peak venerable being scorching and fierce with the presence of fierce Sunday. But all 12 venerables from the fierce Sun ancient country are here. Venerable Hengyang also watched Lin Yuan, his expression revealing some suspicion as he, too, eyed Lin Yuan curiously. Well, the spirit prison venerate encountered me, and he lost his right eye spirit prison quickly. Lin Yuan spoke, his expression solemn as he explained. This statement caused immediate silence around him. Even though there were only 11 peak venerables, their hearts long sensed something. Is the Galaxy Venerate actually a peak venerable? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1204, Golden Mist, Request for Subscription, Galaxy, Your Strength? Red Flame Venerable looked at Lin Yuan, waves surging in his heart. Before opening his mouth to inquire, he had already speculated that it was Lin Yuan clashing with the Spirit Prison Venerable. After all, that kind of intense fierce sun aura couldn't be faked. It was definitely the strength of a fierce Sun ancient country elite, and at that time in that area, only Lin Yuan came from the fierce Sun ancient country. Though the possibility seemed incredibly implausible, is the Galaxy Venerate a top peak venerable? Yet it was the only possibility. Not long ago, there was a breakthrough, Lin Yuan said. This was also the truth. If he hadn't condensed the crucial seed of the fierce sun, forming a great circulation of fierce sun within, letting his strength change qualitatively, Lin Yuan at most would be at the same level as the Red Lotus Venerable. After all, Lin Yuan's real-life level currently was merely at the Dominion realm. Under the premise of not crossing major realms, it was difficult to suddenly go from a peak venerable to a top peak venerable. Ah, good. Venerable Guanglie laughed heartily, looking at Lin Yuan full of admiration. With you, Galaxy Venerate, now our fierce Sun ancient country has 4 top peak venerables, and our means to compete for refining the core pillar are more. The top peak venerables of the major ancient countries surely exceed 4, but most top peak venerables, even the strongest peak venerables, are in seclusion, attempting to break through to the 13th stage. As for contending for the newly emerged treasure grounds, it's hard to attract these peak venerables. And the fierce Sun ancient country can only deploy at any time 3 top peak venerables, namely Red Flame, Guanglie, and Hengyang. Other ancient countries are similar, only the Defu ancient country has slightly more. The fierce Sun ancient country having an additional top peak venerable definitely enhances its foundation, perhaps not clear in the early stages, but in the later stages, when struggling against other ancient countries, it will be greatly useful. The Galaxy Venerate being able to shatter the Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye prison, in terms of killing power, is considered strong among top peak venerables. Venerable Hengyang contemplated as he looked at Lin Yuan. He had clashed with Spirit Prison Venerate, clear on the other party's methods, even if he underestimated Lin Yuan, capturing him in the right eye prison, to shatter it? Still very difficult. Unless the instant killing power exceeds the limit of what the prison can bear, or else any delay would allow the Spirit Prison Venerate the opportunity to eject Lin Yuan from within. It was fortunate, Lin Yuan said. The stronger the Galaxy Venerate, the more favorable for us in competing for the treasure ground, Red Flame Venerable smiled. He never expected that Lin Yuan, whom the Emperor had inserted, would bring him such a surprise. The other peak venerables looked at Lin Yuan with complex expressions. Originally, Lin Yuan was on the same level as them. Now he is a top peak venerable? Galaxy Venerate. Was I evenly matched with him in sparring? Red Lotus Venerable looked at Lin Yuan, his mind filled with thoughts. Not long ago, he had sparred with Lin Yuan, then still amazed at the Galaxy Venerate's strength. Yet how long had passed, now it was tough to spar with, even defending oneself against the Galaxy Venerate was considered fortunate. That core pillar of the treasure ground is close to complete refinement. Lin Yuan looked towards Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guangliye and said, according to the initial plan, all discovered core pillars of the treasure grounds should best be refined by the top peak venerables. As for the other peak venerables, they primarily focused on guarding the core pillars of the treasure grounds. Since you, Galaxy, are also a top peak venerable, any discovered core pillar of the treasure ground can also be refined by yourself, Red Flame Venerable nodded and said. All right. Lin Yuan slightly stirred his mind. The true body located before the core pillar immediately refined the remaining section of the pillar completely. But at the moment of refinement, Lin Yuan faintly established a connection with this core pillar. Now, as long as I'm within this treasure ground range, I can instantly arrive at this core pillar's side? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Red Flame Venerable and others formulated the plan for top peak venerables to refine the core pillars based on this ability. With the strongest power as top peak venerables, them refining the core pillars enabled them to instantly arrive beside any core pillar, greatly maximizing the protection of the pillar. Of course, this instant arrival must be under stable time-space conditions. If engaged in fierce battle with other powerhouses and the surrounding time and space collapses, using the core pillar to escape or arrive would be impossible. Earlier, the Spirit Prison Venerate leading numerous peak venerables in exploring the core pillars was also for those peak venerables to refine the outer area of core pillars, leaving the deepest section for himself to refine, thus achieving the highest efficiency. Simultaneously, I can feel this treasure ground suppression on me lessen somewhat. Lin Yuan looked around. Completely refining this core pillar made him detect numerous changes. Originally Divine Ability World could only meticulously probe within 100 billion miles range around. But now, the probing range has increased by approximately 10%. This probing is in-depth, capable of discovering the type of core pillar probing. It can be assumed that the more core pillars refined, the larger the probing range. Deling Capital. A projection of the Spirit Prison Venerate sat here. The other 11 figures looked incredulously at the Spirit Prison Venerate. Spirit Prison, you're saying it was the Galaxy Venerate from the fierce Sun ancient country who fought with you? Not one of the Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Guangliye, or Venerable Hengyang? Lingon Venerable Sage frowned deeply, originally thinking it was one from the Red Flame Venerable trio who acted. He hadn't expected it to be Galaxy Venerate. Lingon Venerable Sage never considered Galaxy Venerate noteworthy. Despite being a Venerate of the first ancestral bloodline, the growth time was too short. Yes, that Galaxy Venerate is a top peak venerable. Spirit Prison Venerate confirmed, My right eye prison was destroyed by that galaxy venerate, leaving my strength no longer at its peak. What should we do then? The third top-tier peak venerable asked. Spirit prison venerable is crucial to our quest for the treasure grounds. By trapping many peak venerables in the spirit prison, it weakens the ancient country's ability to search for the core galactic pillars, indirectly increasing the Ling ancient country's chances of finding more core pillars. I plan to use that rare artifact to quickly restore my right eye spirit prison. Spirit prison venerable pondered for a moment and said in a low voice. That rare artifact? Lingon venerable sage's expression slightly changed. The 12 peak venerables of Deling ancient country carried some heritage rare artifacts bestowed by the ancient countries before entering the treasure grounds. These heritage rare artifacts are extremely precious and must not be used unless absolutely necessary. But now, Spirit Prison Venerable's right eye was damaged, greatly reducing the efficiency of Deling ancient country's search for the core galactic pillars. Very well then. As long as Spirit Prison quickly recovers, using up those rare artifacts is worthwhile. Lingon Venerable Sage said cautiously, slowly. If the time to compete for the treasure grounds wasn't so tight, just 2,000 years, Spirit Prison Venerable would not have the opportunity to use that rare artifact. If his right eye spirit prison collapsed, it could slowly recover. As time passed, the news about Galaxy Venerate being a top-tier peak venerable quickly spread among the peak venerables within the treasure grounds. It couldn't be concealed, after all, there are only a dozen or 20 top-tier peak venerables, making it easy to pinpoint a specific range, and Deling ancient country had no intention of hiding it either. Galaxy Venerate? The first aristocrat to elevate the bloodline to the Venerate level? In the Defu ancient country, Fu Su Venerate, dressed in dark robes, fell into contemplation. He wasn't very interested in Lin Yuan reaching top-tier peak venerable strength, but valued the supreme ancestor bloodline at the Venerate level more. Even with your strength, Fu Su, even if Galaxy grows to the limit, he might not be a match for you. Beside him, a top-tier peak venerable spoke. Fu Su Venerate had already trained one of the highest legacies left by the ancestor to a deep level. His strength was formidable. Not saying the 6 ancient countries' history's strongest, but among the strongest few. The 6 ancient countries have been passed down through endless ages, and even within the oldest Defu ancient country, in the Venerate level ranks, Fu Su Venerate almost stood at the summit. Beyond that involves the power of the 13th tier. It's uncertain after all, it's the ancestral bloodline. Who knows if there might be some evolution in the future? Fu Su Venerate smiled slightly, speaking casually. Evolution? The top-tier peak venerable from Defu ancient country raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't quite agree, he didn't refute either. Since it involved the ancestral bloodline, related to the supreme ancestors, even if the source of Galaxy Venerate's ancestral bloodline was not Defu ancestor, but Fierce Sun ancestor. But discussing ancestors is forbidden, it's a strict rule. Alright, let's quickly search for the core galactic pillars. Fu Su Venerate said calmly. Yes. The top-tier peak venerable from Defu nodded. Galaxy, his strength? In the capital of Fierce Sun ancient country, the Imperial Palace. The Emperor also received this news, shocked by Lin Yuan's strength. The Emperor knew his own affairs well. He was clear that Lin Yuan, decades or even centuries ago, wasn't even a venerate. Yet now he suddenly stepped into the top-tier peak venerable realm? Fortunately, the Emperor of Fierce Sun ancient country murmured to himself, fortunate that back then he was rather good to Lin Yuan, effectively drawing him over. Inside the treasure grounds. After Lin Yuan refined that core galactic pillar, he left a few avatars to guard it, while his true self continued to search in another direction. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped, looking towards a certain direction. There was a valley from which golden mist seemed to flow faintly. Lin Yuan stepped forward, arriving outside the valley, gazing at the golden mist flowing within. The mist within the valley, is it the rare treasure birthed by this treasure ground? Lin Yuan pondered to himself, the aura of the golden mist faintly connected to the entire treasure ground, resembling a fruit on a tree, filled with a peculiar energy. Let me see. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, gathered a wisp of golden mist, and began to observe it closely. Every first-class treasure ground births rare treasures with different effects, like Heiyu from Heiyu Nest that enhances mental willpower, or the infinite crystal from the infinite eye that grants the infinite divine body. This mist, Lin Yuan observed intently, his expression gradually shifting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:05 Killer Move Fierce Sun Fall. Seeking subscription, Lin Yuan slightly studied the golden mist and discovered its extraordinary nature. The golden mist appeared cloud-like and could be captured and confined, but Lin Yuan could not touch it. Unable to touch? Lin Yuan's gaze was curious. The divine ability world operated constantly, with layers of time and space under his control, yet he couldn't truly make contact with the golden mist. Interesting. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, ready to take all the golden mist in the valley. To ensure the golden mist wasn't damaged, Lin Yuan even moved the entire valley into his internal universe. It should be related to time. Lin Yuan looked at the golden mist and thought to himself. He could sense slight time fluctuations emanating from the golden mist, and coupled with the time reversal area outside the treasure site, it was almost certain that this newly emerged first-class treasure site was inclined towards time attributes. In fact, various ancient countries also speculated that the miraculous treasures born here would be related to time. Should I attempt a soul and mind probe? Lin Yuan pondered silently. Many of the miraculous treasures birthed from treasure sites must be absorbed and devoured through special means. For instance, the Heiyu Nes Heiyu can only be refined with the will of the mind. As for others? There was simply no reaction. Forget it, it's too risky. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yuan abandoned this idea. The soul and mind are too important. What if this golden miraculous treasure has some side effects or harm on them? It would be courting disaster. Lin Yuan dared to refine Heiyu with his will because the Heiyu nest had existed for countless eons, and the miraculous Heiyu it nurtured had refining methods verified by numerous heavenly venerates, ensuring no hidden dangers. And this golden mist? Who knows what effects it might have? Lin Yuan had no need to rush. If he could acquire the golden mist within this valley, the peak venerables of other ancient countries surely could as well. Compared to the experienced peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries, Lin Yuan reckoned it better to wait for the correct method of using the golden mist to be discovered before trying it himself. Continue to search for the core pillar. Lin Yuan did not linger long in front of the valley and, after collecting all the golden mist, continued to explore in the directed path. Fierce Sun Capital, isolated space. Red Lotus Venerable opened his eyes once more. I found another core pillar. With these words, the surrounding peak venerables all turned to look at him. Within the treasure site, searching for core pillars truly depended on luck. Red Lotus Venerable's probing skills weren't strong among the 12 peak venerables, but the number of core venerables he found ranked in the top 5, even top 3. Where is it located? You refine the outer part first. Red Flame Venerable said. While it's true that core pillars are usually left for the top-tier peak venerables to refine, if they haven't arrived yet, surely the peak venerable who found it first would start refining a part. It's here. Red Lotus Venerable immediately provided a coordinate, his expression suddenly changing. Other ancient countries' peak venerables are coming. It's the peak venerable from Defu ancient country. Peak venerable from Defu ancient country? Red Flame Venerable frowned, immediately asking, which peak venerable is it? If it were a top-tier peak venerable, Red Flame Venerable would suggest Red Lotus Venerable yield that core pillar. It wasn't about fearing Defu ancient country, but with Red Lotus Venerable's strength, he wouldn't last long before a top-tier peak venerable from Defu ancient country. Unless Red Lotus Venerable, like Lin Yuan, hid the strength of a top-tier peak venerable, but that possibility was too low. It's Fu Dang Venerate. Red Lotus Venerable quickly responded. The Fu ancient country had sent 12 peak venerables, all of whom he understood well, even if they hadn't crossed paths. He had also seen detailed intelligence on them. Fu Dang Venerate? Red Flame Venerable felt assured. Among the 12 peak venerables of the Fu ancient country, Fu Dang Venerate's strength was mid-level, close to the top-tier peak venerable tier, stronger than Red Lotus Venerable but not by much. Guard the core pillar. Red Flame Venerable said. Though the Fu ancient country was powerful, it didn't mean Fierce Sun ancient country feared them. Unless it was Fu Su Venerate or a few top-tier peak venerables, Fierce Sun ancient country had no reason to retreat. Involving the ownership of this first-class treasure site, with a chance of winning, they had to contend. All right. Red Lotus Venerable nodded. Although Fu Dang Venerate was stronger, it wasn't about winning or losing against him, merely holding him off. Red Lotus Venerable was confident enough. This location. Red Flame Venerable looked towards Lin Yuan. Galaxy, among the four of us, you are closest to this location. Next up, it's on you. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. As one of the only 4 top-tier peak venerables in Fierce Sun ancient country, Lin Yuan also bore the task of refining the core pillar. If other peak venerables of Fierce Sun ancient country discovered a core pillar close to him, Lin Yuan needed to make a trip. Where is Red Lotus there? Within the treasure site, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped and looked in another direction from afar. Swish. The next moment, Lin Yuan's figure vanished, and it was only moments later that space-time rippled. Normally when searching for the core pillar, one would have to fly and search slowly. But to quickly reach a certain coordinate, naturally, one would travel directly through the void. The majestic pillar seemed illusory. Red Lotus Venerable stood before the pillar, looking solemn, with scarlet lotus flames burning around him. Red Lotus, yield this core pillar. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1206 Killer Move Fierce Sun Fall, Seeking Subscription, _2 A cold voice echoed through the void. In the distance stood a towering figure, its skin covered in purple scales, none other than Venerate Fu Dang of the Fu ancient country. Among the 12 peak venerables sent by the Fu ancient country, the strongest was Fu Su Venerate, one of the most powerful venerables in the history of the 6 ancient countries, having mastered a supreme inheritance. Below Fu Su Venerate were 4 top-tier peak venerables, and Venerate Fu Dang was at the 3rd level among them. Fu Dang, who do you think you are? A top-tier peak venerable? Or Fu Su Venerate? Red Lotus Venerable mocked. At the same time, stalling for time. Dealing with you is enough. Venerate Fu Dang's gaze was icy, and he swung his right hand, slashing towards Red Lotus Venerable from afar. Red Lotus Venerable felt a great threat, and without a trace of contempt, immediately activated a defensive killing move. Clusters of Red Lotus flames began to boil, rotating around him. Hiss 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 the next moment. The protective Red Lotus of Red Lotus Venerable began to collapse, rapidly dissipating under a single attack from Venerate Fu Dang. So strong. Red Lotus Venerable felt the pressure. With just one exchange, half of his protective Red Lotus had already crumbled, making him doubt whether he could hold out until Lin Yuan arrived. No matter what, this core celestial pillar must be defended. Red Lotus Venerable gritted his teeth inside. The core celestial pillar was crucial to the ownership of this precious land. Perhaps the Fierce Sun ancient country needed just one more core celestial pillar to claim this treasure? Break! Venerate Fu Dang continued to attack, with each strike shattering a portion of Red Lotus Venerable's protective Red Lotus, but soon more Red Lotuses would coalesce. This Red Lotus is risking everything against me. Venerate Fu Dang clearly understood that Red Lotus Venerable's rapid coalescing of the dissipated protective Red Lotus could not come without a price. So what if you're risking everything? Venerate Fu Dang's eyes were filled with purple, the power of each strike rapidly increasing. Originally, one strike could collapse half of Red Lotus Venerable's protective Red Lotus. Now it was shattering half or even the majority. Can't hold on much longer. Red Lotus Venerable sighed inwardly. In terms of strength, he was no match for Venerate Fu Dang. Now, to protect the core celestial pillar behind him, it was as if he was standing as a target for Venerate Fu Dang's attacks. Under such circumstances, holding out until now was already remarkable. Once Venerate Fu Dang's strike completely obliterates my protective Red Lotus, it will mean the fall of my primary battle form. Red Lotus Venerable thought to himself. In a normal confrontation, he would naturally have the confidence to retreat unharmed from Venerate Fu Dang's hands. But now it wasn't a normal fight. Red Lotus Venerable was taking blows unilaterally, refusing to retreat. Die now. Venerate Fu Dang's aura burst, purple energy swirling around him, preparing to unleash a shocking strike. Just at this moment, time and space in the distance subtly warped, and a figure silently emerged. Galaxy Venerate is here? Red Lotus Venerable's heart leapt with joy. Galaxy Venerate? Venerate Fu Dang's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of Galaxy Venerate's reputation, who had incapacitated one of Spirit Prison Venerable's spirit prisons, possessing the strength of a top-tier peak Venerable. Even if Galaxy Venerate is here, you must still die. Venerate Fu Dang was truly furious. If Red Lotus Venerable hadn't fought death-defyingly, he might have already taken the core celestial pillar. Lin Yuan had just arrived nearby and saw Venerate Fu Dang pressing Red Lotus Venerable hard. Red Lotus Venerable seemed like a lone boat on the verge of capsizing under Venerate Fu Dang's attack. Whoosh! The divine skills world operated, and the external universe instantly spread, turning a billion miles area into his domain in an instant. Venerate Fu Dang was quickly suppressed by the vast external universe, the purple world swirling around him continuously shrinking. Venerate Fu Dang's pupils contracted. At this moment, he completely lost control over the surrounding spacetime. Galaxy Venerate's domain suppression is so powerful? Venerate Fu Dang was utterly panicked. Deling Ancient Country did circulate some intelligence on Lin Yuan, mentioning that this Galaxy Venerate had strong domain suppression techniques. But Venerate Fu Dang never imagined it would be this strong, suppressing him instantly upon arrival. Since you've arrived, Galaxy Venerate, my Defu Ancient Country will cede this core celestial pillar. Venerate Fu Dang immediately shouted loudly. At this moment, he felt unprecedented pressure from Lin Yuan. Even among the top 4 peak venerables of Defu Ancient Country, only 2 could exert such pressure on him. You must understand, the Defu Ancient Country occupies the most first-class treasure lands, enjoying the best resources among the 6 ancient countries. In terms of strength, Defu's power surpasses the other 5. Therefore, upon assessing the current situation, Fu Dang Venerate had only one thought in mind, which was to retreat immediately. Swish! Before Fu Dang Venerate could finish his words, he was already urging the purple intent world, fleeing into the distance. Under the cosmic suppression of Lin Yuan, Fu Dang Venerate couldn't engage in void traversal. Trying to leave? Lin Yuan glanced afar and immediately discerned Venerate Lin Fudong's intentions. Spirit Prison could leave because killing him was too bothersome, but as for you... Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the purple intent world, and he thought to himself, perfect opportunity to test my newly comprehended killer move. In a flash, high above the external universe, rounds of fierce suns began to coalesce. These fierce suns levitated slowly, and one suddenly began to plummet towards the escaping purple intent world. As the first fierce sun fell, the second, third, and fourth followed suit. This killer move is named Fierce Sun Fall, one of the most potent moves Lin Yuan has comprehended, second only to detonating the external universe. Detonating the external universe is undoubtedly terrifying in power, but it briefly weakens Lin Yuan afterward. By contrast, Fierce Sun Fall lacks such a risk, though slightly less powerful, it excels in persistence. Boom, boom. Boom boom boom. When the first fierce sun struck Fu Dang Venerate, this peak venerable could barely hold on. But by the time the 200th, 300th, and 400th fierce suns had struck, Fu Dang Venerate's surrounding purple intent world rapidly collapsed. Galaxy Venerate. Fu Dang Venerate suddenly turned, fixing a fierce gaze on Lin Yuan before his body and soul were completely obliterated by the 2000th, 3000th falling fierce suns. Only held until the 3000th round? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Theoretically, this killer move could unleash a total of 33,463 fierce suns. Late arrival. Having resolved Fu Dang Venerate, Lin Yuan gathered his relics and approached Fu Dang Venerate, speaking up. Not late. Red Lotus Venerate appeared a bit dazed. He had struggled immensely under Fu Dang Venerate's attack, yet Fu Dang Venerate couldn't endure as long before Galaxy Venerate. Actually, it wasn't about enduring. Fu Dang Venerate hadn't considered endurance at all. He intended to flee right away but couldn't. Venerate, you refine the core pillar first. Red Lotus Venerate immediately stepped aside, with the core pillar behind him. All right. Lin Yuan didn't refuse. This was the main task. Independent space. Red Flame Venerate looked at Lin Yuan in surprise. Did you kill Fu Dang Venerate? Fu Dang Venerate, close to the level of a top peak venerable, could preserve himself even against top peak venerables unless determined to fight to the finish. Comprehended a killer move, somewhat restrained him. Lin Yuan explained. Simply put, the killer move Fierce Sunfall restrains any venerate below top peak venerable. Unless one can completely resist round after round of falling fierce suns, no peak venerate can withstand 3,000–4,000 rounds. Even top peak venerables must allocate some focus to resist 3,000–4,000 rounds of falling fierce suns. Restrain. Red Flame Venerate gazed deeply at Lin Yuan. As a peak venerate, his methods and abilities were nearly perfect, almost immune to restraint. Next. Lin Yuan continued to contest for core pillars within the treasure lands, amidst clashes with powerhouses from other ancient nations. Galaxy Venerate's renown spread thoroughly. On this day, within the independent space of Fierce Sun Country's capital, Red Flame Venerate suddenly looked at the other 11 peak venerables, a smile appearing on his face. Everyone. Red Flame Venerate smiled and said, "It's been explored how to use and absorb the golden mists the treasure lands nurture." Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1207. A millennium passes, subscription requested. How should we use the golden mist? Immediately, the eyes of the surrounding peak venerables lit up. During the time spent in this treasure land, all the peak venerables have been primarily focused on searching for the core heavenly pillar. But during this period they have more or less acquired some golden mist. This golden mist is connected with the aura of the entire treasure land, clearly a rare treasure nurtured by it. As a newly formed treasure land, the rare treasures it nurtures have never appeared in the 6 ancient countries, so naturally, no one knows their effects and uses. They can only explore slowly. That golden mist. Lin Yuan was also very concerned, as his external cosmos could probe every detail within a range of over 10 billion miles, and he had collected quite a bit of the golden mist. The golden mist contains the origin power of time. Do not contact it with your soul or mind, otherwise, you may be forced into a time cycle. Red Flame Venerable warned seriously. The peak venerables have perfected their realms, and with a single thought, they can attempt to break through to the 13th stage, bringing about the time cycle. However, the peak venerables have always suppressed the idea of breaking through to the 13th stage, so the time cycle hasn't descended upon them. Once they contact the golden mist with the minds will, no matter how much they suppress it, they will be forced to break through to the 13th stage. Time cycle? Red Lotus Venerable and the other peak venerables were filled with fear. Most of the peak venerables will eventually attempt to break through to the 13th stage ancestor realm, but that's the plan when they have no further progress to make. As for now, many peak venerables still intend to wait a bit longer. Entering the time cycle prematurely? Listening on the side, Lin Yuan was slightly moved. Other peak venerables, when contacting the golden mist with their will, would fall into a time cycle because their realms are already perfected. But Lin Yuan? His true realm was still at the dominator stage, far from the perfect chaos realm necessary to break through to the 13th stage. If Lin Yuan contacts the golden mist with his will, it's estimated he wouldn't bring about a time cycle since his realm hasn't reached that point. Thankfully, I didn't try it back then. Lin Yuan thought to himself, even though he doesn't need to worry about entering a time cycle prematurely, who knows if there are other hidden risks besides this one. As for how to use the golden mist? So far, slowly absorbing it with the physical body is best. The golden mist will gradually transform the physical body, forming a certain time-based physique. Red Flame Venerable said. This conclusion was reached after many attempts by the fierce Sun ancient country. They even had a venerable enter a time cycle prematurely for this reason. Slowly absorbing with the physical body? To transform into a time-based physique? Many peak venerables seemed thoughtful, as this effect was similar to that of the infinite crystal. However, the infinite divine body transformed by the infinite crystal focuses on inclusiveness, capable of accommodating any other physique, whereas the physique transformed by the golden mist is yet unknown in its effects. Red Flame Venerable gave a few more reminders and then remained silent. He'll wait a bit longer and refrain from absorbing the golden mist for now. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan decided not to immediately absorb the golden mist with his body. After all, the golden mist he collected remains there. He can choose to absorb it at any time. It's better to wait until other peak venerables try it and see the results to determine how to use it correctly. And according to Red Flame Venerable, the golden mist can only be slowly absorbed by the physical body. As for completely transforming into the corresponding physique, no one knows how much golden mist is needed. Chaos Void. Galaxy Chaos Continent. Since the great saint of the galaxy established the Chaos Continent, powerful figures from thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of void domains in the surrounding area have been arriving here one after another. This is very normal. The Chaos Great Saint's fame in the Chaos Void attracts numerous Chaos Realm venerable beings, all with different intentions. Some purely wish to witness this Chaos Great Saint. Some plan to follow this Chaos Great Saint and so on. Others see the gathering of numerous venerable beings at the Galaxy Chaos Continent and knowing they can't attract the attention of the Great Saint of the Galaxy, plan to make good relationships with these venerable beings. That is the Chaos Continent established by the Great Saint of the Galaxy. In a silver spaceship, a gray-haired old man looked at the distant majestic continent and said to the young men and women beside him, "The Great Saint of the Galaxy?" These young men and women also looked at the distant Galaxy Chaos Continent. "Sect Master, what is special about this Great Saint of the Galaxy? Why do you intend to move the sect here?" The gray-haired old man is a Chaos Realm Peak Venerable, who also once opened a Chaos Continent, eventually establishing an influential legacy. The gray-haired old man had followed several Chaos Great Saints but ultimately left them all. He now plans to bring the sect's elite to reside permanently on the Galaxy Chaos Continent. The Great Saint of the Galaxy is not an ordinary Chaos Great Saint. The gray-haired old man said with a smile, "In that postnatal universe, the Great Saint of the Galaxy left Black Light Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint far behind with an overwhelming advantage. Even if not matching the invincible Great Saints, he is not far behind." Not far behind the invincible Great Saints? The young men and women were shocked. Even the same information leads to different conclusions when seen by different levels of strong individuals. The gray-haired old man had evidently deduced the true strength limit of the Great Saint of the Galaxy from the intelligence information. In a distant time and space, three figures stood silently. The mere presence of these three figures caused the surrounding chaos rule to retreat. That galaxy great saint, being the only one to walk out alive from the Xianhuang universe in a complete chaos realm, might obtain some opportunities left by Xianhuang. The leading figure spoke. All three figures were invincible great saints, all incredibly ancient, aware of the existence of Xianhuang. Xianhuang had forcibly broken free from the time cycle, completely annihilating 5 invincible great saints, causing many hidden invincible great saints to tremble. That was invincible great saints. In the history of the Chaos Void, battles between invincible great saints sometimes occurred, where one would fall. Yet this fall was merely the demise of the main battle body, not the end of the invincible great saint itself. To completely annihilate an invincible great saint, destroying all forms and erasing all means of survival, was incredibly difficult, something even invincible great saints couldn't achieve. This chaos continent requires at least 9th realm insights in space-time to be established. At this moment, the invincible great saint on the right spoke. 9th realm insights into space-time? Even if it's not an invincible great saint, we cannot do anything to them. The invincible great saint on the right said. An entity at the chaos great saint level reaching 9th realm insights into space-time is exceedingly rare, rarer than invincible great saints. Even such a chaos great saint, though not yet a match for invincible great saints, could easily retreat unscathed. Indeed. The last invincible great saint shook his head. The 3 invincible great saints originally intended to find the galaxy great saint and inquire about the happenings within the Xianhuang universe. But now it seems there is no need. Unable to do anything to the opponent, even if they were to inquire, they wouldn't get the truth. Forget it. Best not to make enemies. The leading invincible great saint pondered carefully and made a decision in his heart. If the galaxy great saint were just an ordinary chaos great saint, they could naturally handle it as they wished. But now, the galaxy great saint already had the confidence to oppose them, and the 3 invincible great saints were unwilling to make enemies without understanding what opportunities the galaxy great saint might have obtained from Xianhuang. If they speculated wrongly and the galaxy great saint had not obtained much opportunity, they would gain another enemy. Invincible great saints are extremely cautious when dealing with equally powerful beings, just like Great Saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin Great Saint, who waited until Xianhuang attempted to break through the 13th level before retaliating heavily against the profound Xianhuang lineage. Let's go! The 3 invincible great saints took one last look at the distant chaos continent and vanished. They left. Deep within the galaxy chaos continent, Lin Yuan glanced in the direction the 3 invincible great saints disappeared. These chaos great saints only knew that Lin Yuan's space-time insights had reached the 9th realm, but were unaware of Lin Yuan's current true combat strength, which could be considered strong even among invincible great saints. With Lin Yuan's perception, he detected the approaching 3 invincible great saints instantly. My current strength has been surpassed by the true form in the origin source world. Lin Yuan thought to himself, as the true form in the origin source world had formed a fierce sun great cycle within, first surpassing the true form in the chaos void. There was no way around it. The true form in the origin source world had a complete 13th level time life inheritance and the integration of chaos void 13th level inheritance. Meanwhile, the true form in the chaos void couldn't form the seed of the fierce sun, leading to a lack of corresponding enhancement. Once infinite void is mastered to the 3rd level, the gap between the 2 true forms may be narrowed or even erased. Lin Yuan contemplated. The 13th level inheritance infinite void would significantly enhance both the chaos void and origin source world true forms once mastered to the 3rd level. However, the extent of enhancement would naturally be greater for the true form in the chaos void. After all, the chaos void's true form had a cosmic foundation surpassing that of the origin source world true form. Different starting points in the internal universe lead to different enhancements once infinite void is mastered to the 3rd level. Or stepping into the chaos realm might work. The differing foundational depths in their internal worlds result in varying enhancement upon entering the chaos realm. Clearly, the true form in the chaos void stands to gain more than the true form in the origin source world. I'll take it slow, there is still much for me to improve. Compared to other great saint venerables who have reached their limits, Lin Yuan was still far from his own limit. Besides mastering infinite void and stepping into the chaos realm, evolving the chaos taiji power could also greatly enhance Lin Yuan. In addition, many supreme secret techniques passed down by the ancestor of the fierce Sun ancient country, also known as 13th level inheritance, were yet to be practiced by Lin Yuan. And so, time passed slowly. A millennium was gone in the blink of an eye. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1208, Third Realm, the Heavenly Pillar Descending from the Sky. Please subscribe. 1,000 years for a 12th layer life form is but a fleeting moment. The galactic chaos continent becomes increasingly prosperous, frequently visited even by strong beings at the level of the chaos great saints seeking Lin Yuan. Occasionally, chaos great saints would exchange insights, validating the chaotic paths they had evolved, something Lin Yuan valued greatly. Based on chaos as the foundation, the paths of power evolved, though varied in strength, are essentially part of the Tao. Lin Yuan's observation of other chaotic evolution paths also supplements his understanding of the Great Tao. Deep within the galactic chaos continent, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him, strands of chaos chi constantly formed secret patterns, only to dissipate quickly after a brief moment. After dissipating, they would continue to condense again, repeating perpetually as if without end. Chaos rule. Lin Yuan immersed himself in circulating the chaos chi, focusing part of his mind on comprehending the chaos mystic pattern diagram. The chaos mystic pattern diagram, gathered by the ancestor of the fierce son of the 13th layer in the Feng Yuan world with great divine skills, contains the essential threads of the chaos rule. It is one of Lin Yuan's main objects of comprehension. So that's how it is. Unaware of how much time had passed, Lin Yuan silently opened his eyes, a deep gaze with brewing chaos energy, and the mystic pattern diagram composed of chaos chi before him rapidly became complete and clear. If a heavenly venerate from the fierce Sun ancient country were to watch, they would find this chaos mystic pattern diagram nearly identical to the 28th chaos mystic pattern diagram. There are a total of 81 chaos mystic pattern diagrams passed down by the ancestor of the fierce Sun. Those representing the chaos first realm are the first 8 diagrams. The diagrams from the 9th to the 27th represent the chaos second realm. The 28th chaos mystic pattern diagram marks the field of the chaos third realm. Now that Lin Yuan briefly replicated the 27th chaos mystic pattern diagram, it signifies that in his understanding of the chaos rule, he has fully entered the third realm. Chaos evolves all things. Lin Yuan was invigorated. After reaching the third realm of chaos comprehension, he gained a clearer understanding of the essence of all things. The basic structure of the chaos void, the process of chaos evolution, to Lin Yuan, was as clear as turning over his hand to view a pattern. All things will return to chaos again. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound, looking into the vast chaos void. At this moment, Lin Yuan's realm elevated infinitely, as if seeing countless millions of cosmic eras rotate in the chaos void, and there will eventually come a day when the whole chaos void will undergo a great collapse like the innate cosmos. Everything in the chaos void will return to chaos. Not only the chaos void, but the origin world is like this as well. Lin Yuan thought to himself, though he wasn't worried, as the existence of the chaos void and the origin world are so massive, their cycles of destruction are too lengthy enough that even the lifetime of an invincible great saint is but a speck in the ocean. Chaos rule third realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. 1,000 years of arduous cultivation had pushed his comprehension of the chaos rule further, which wasn't beyond his expectations. The chaos mystic pattern diagram's aid in understanding the chaos rule was immense, as it was virtually a shortcut, or rather, even more convenient than a shortcut. This was also the feedback from the 13th layer ancestors of the 6 ancient countries in the Feng-Yuan world to their descendants and living beings. In the chaos void, invincible great saints, who are seldom born even in tens or millions of cosmic eras, are present in every era of the 6 ancient countries. For instance, the Fu Su venerate in the Defu ancient country, who possesses the battle strength akin to an invincible great saint of the chaos void, is not alone there. It's not that the beings of the chaos void are inferior to those of the origin world, but rather that the attitude of the 12th layer lives in the two-dimensional worlds towards lower-level beings is different. The 13th layer ancestors of the origin world tend to value them greatly, even worry over them extensively, whereas the 13th layer time lives of the chaos void are somewhat laissez-faire. If the 13th layer time lives of the chaos void left many legacies and provided opportunities like possessions, it's believed that the chaos void would also birth invincible great saints. My power, Lin Yuan carefully sensed for a while. Reaching the chaos rule third realm. For Lin Yuan, the direct enhancement in strength isn't too significant or exaggerated. But the indirect enhancement is immeasurable. Firstly, there's the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao. At this moment, Lin Yuan clearly perceives that the time for the giant egg gestating within his internal universe to fully evolve the chaotic Taiji Dao is essentially within 10 years. 10 years. Lin Yuan was excited. The Chaos Taiyin Taiyang Taiji Dao has been the path he chose since the second layer, which can be said to be the final Tao fruit he has been cultivating all along. This Tao fruit did not disappoint Lin Yuan. While other great saints and great lords need only the Chaos First Realm to evolve their chaotic power paths, the chaotic Taiji Dao requires the pinnacle of the Chaos Second Realm to reach the threshold of evolution. This is already due to Lin Yuan's extraordinary insight. If it were other strong beings, they probably wouldn't start evolving until they reached a third realm comprehension of chaos. Chaos rule third realm? Only starting to evolve the chaotic power path then? For a chaos great saint, this isn't a good thing. Because the chaos third realm is extremely difficult to reach, and before evolving the chaotic power path, no matter how high the rule comprehension is, it is equivalent to a peak venerate. Even in the 6 ancient countries where rule comprehension is easier, generally, only the top peak venerables can achieve the third realm of chaos rule comprehension. And without evolving the chaotic power path, one isn't even a great lord, making the transition exceedingly difficult. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1209. Third Realm. The heavenly pillar descending from the sky. Please subscribe. _2 That is Lin Yuan. Although he has not followed the path of chaos rule evolution, his foundation in other aspects is so strong that it compensates for the gap in chaos rule evolution power with the other great saint venerables. The third realm of chaos rule, in addition to significantly accelerating the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao. It also has a profound impact in other areas, such as the time to step into the chaos realm. Currently, what restrains Lin Yuan from breaking through to the chaos realm is that all aspects have not yet reached their limit. Like the breakthrough of the flesh, the universe within the soul body, and so on. And as chaos nurtures all things, the chaos rule of the third realm allows Lin Yuan to improve rapidly in all aspects. In addition, it also helps in the cultivation of the third layer of infinite void, as higher-level insights into chaos rule of the basic cosmic structure become easier and more relaxed. In the source world, within the treasure land, Lin Yuan's true self did not search for the central core pillars of the treasure land. In the span of 1,000 years, 70 to 80 peak venerable level powerhouses from 6 major ancient countries continuously searched, and have basically already refined the core pillars. The current ranking of core pillar refinement for each major ancient country is as follows. Defu Ancient Country, 72 pillars. Barbaric Wilderness Country, 54 pillars. Fierce Sun Ancient Country, 52 pillars. Deling Ancient Country, 45 pillars. Thunderclap Ancient Country, 38 pillars. Xianin Ancient Country, 38 pillars. The ranking for refining core pillars among the ancient countries, with Defu Ancient Country, indisputably in first place. This did not come as a surprise to the numerous peak venerables, since with Fu Su Venerable of Defu Ancient Country making a move, the top peak venerables from other ancient countries would generally yield. Even though these top peak venerables carry their respective ancient countries' trump cards, they won't use them lightly. This barbaric wilderness country, Lin Yuan's expression displayed slight surprise, as the peak venerables of barbaric wilderness country were utterly desperate in competing for the core pillars, to the point that the Red Flame Venerable had to repeatedly give up the discovered core pillars. The top peak venerables of barbaric wilderness country only retreat slightly when they encounter Fu Su Venerable. But when facing the top peak venerables of other ancient countries, they have a do-or-die attitude. However, this first-class treasure land, the number of core pillars actually exceeds 300. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. Based on previously learned information, the usual number of core pillars for first-class treasure lands is about 100 to 200. 300? Very rare. Among the currently known first-class treasure lands, only 6 had core numbers surpassing 300 when they first emerged. 300 core pillars. There should also be giant core pillars completely integrated into space-time within this treasure land. Lin Yuan thought to himself, deducing this conclusion from those 6 treasure lands, each had a giant treasure land core appear at that time. A giant treasure land core far surpasses regular ones, equivalent to 10 ordinary treasure land cores. But unlike ordinary ones, a giant core completely melds with the time-space of the treasure land, impossible to detect no matter how it's searched, only appearing after all cores have been refined. The emergence of a giant core makes quite a commotion, affecting the entire treasure land. The importance of a giant core cannot be understated. It's not just equivalent to 10 ordinary cores, but it's also easier to guard. Lin Yuan thought to himself, currently, each major ancient country holds tens of treasure land core pillars, but there are only 12 peak venerables. How are 12 peak venerables supposed to defend dozens of core pillars? Although a venerable can instantly arrive beside a refined core pillar, if many of them are simultaneously attacked, which one to choose for descent? And the giant core pillar, once refined, allows guarding 10 core pillars with the difficulty of defending just one. Based on the experience from the previous 6 treasure lands, the giant core could appear anywhere in the treasure land, in the central area, or the border area. Both are possible. Lin Yuan silently pondered, simultaneously focusing on sensing the space-time fluctuations around him. Once a giant core pillar emerges, the phenomenon it causes cannot be concealed, allowing one to reach it promptly if detected. Fierce Sun Nation Capital, within an isolated space. The likelihood of my Fierce Sun ancient country refining the first giant core pillar is low. The Red Flame Venerable spoke calmly, so there's no need to pay much attention. His words were met with little rebuttal from the other peak venerables. Firstly, due to the vastness of space-time within the treasure land, the giant core pillar might appear anywhere. Considering travel speed, among the 70 to 80 peak venerables from the 6 major ancient countries, none can surpass the Fu ancient country's Fu Su Venerable. Over 1,000 years, Fu Su Venerable has demonstrated his expertise in space-time, able to traverse from one end of the treasure land to the other in a single breath. In other words, once a giant core pillar appears, Fu Su Venerable can descend in just one breath. This terrifying speed is unmatched by any top peak venerable, and if Fu Su Venerable is the first to refine a giant core pillar, other countries stand little chance. Our aim is the second and third giant core pillars. The Red Flame Venerable stated. Normally, a treasure land birthing more than 300 cores will have 3 giant cores. The previous 6 treasure lands each had 3 giant treasure land cores. Given Fu Su Venerable's strength, claiming the first giant core is without difficulty, but attempting to take the second? That would be challenging. Should Fu Su Venerable vie for the second giant core, The first one he holds would inevitably face attacks from top peak venerables of other ancient countries. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Thus far, within this treasure land, Fu Su Venerable's strength remains indisputably paramount. In fact, beyond just this treasure land, throughout the history of the 6 major ancient countries, among the beings below the founders, Fu Su Venerable is considered among the most powerful few. So the first giant core pillar has already been tacitly conceded to Fu Su Venerable by the Red Flame Venerable. In the treasure land, Lin Yuan idly hid within a valley meditating. Since the Red Flame Venerable, leader of Fierce Sun Ancient Country's Treasure Land campaign, has relinquished the contention for the first giant core pillar, Lin Yuan would naturally comply. Moreover, Lin Yuan found the reasoning of the Red Flame Venerable quite sound. There's no need to stubbornly contend with Fu Su Venerate. With time only halfway through and not yet at the height of competition, waiting a little longer could be wise. Time slowly drifts by. Then one day, the space-time within the treasure land quivered slightly. A strange wave swiftly swept across all directions. This aura, has the giant core pillar emerged? The presence of this strange wave immediately stirred the peak venerables, stemming from the treasure land itself rather than from the clashes of the strong. In the current state, only the emergence of a giant core pillar could cause such a disturbance. Humph! Countries like Fierce Sun, Thunderclap, and Xianyin have abandoned the fight for the first giant core pillar, but as for my Thunderclap ancient country, we must make a try. What of Fu Su Venerable's strength? A figure composed entirely of thunder flipped a hand, revealing a heart formed purely of the power of spacetime. With every beat, it aroused threads of spacetime force. Go! This thunder figure urged the spacetime heart, tearing through layers of spacetime, heading toward the place where the giant core pillar emerged. Giant core pillar? It might yet belong to my Deling ancient country. Spirit Prison Venerable's gaze turned profound. At that moment, both his eyes shimmered deep within. Upon sensing the strange wave, his figure disappeared without a trace. Simultaneously, the multitude of peak venerables likewise rushed toward the location of the giant core pillar. Even if they don't plan to compete, they wish to watch from afar. After all, Fu Su Venerable will surely make a move. Lin Yuan also perceived this peculiar wave. Compared to the strength of other ancient countries, his perception of the oddity is more intense and clearer, as if right before his eyes. Indeed, it was like that. The location where the giant core pillar arose was right beside him, only a few hundred meters away, almost adjacent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:10, Evolution of the Chaotic Taiji Dao. Please subscribe. This giant core pillar is right next to me? Lin Yuan looked closely at a heavenly pillar 10 times more majestic than the others, quickly manifesting from the illusion, feeling rather uneasy in his heart. The entire time-space treasure land is vast, and the giant core pillar could have appeared anywhere. Yet, it appeared next to Lin Yuan? Such odds are almost like finding a 13th level inheritance while walking down the street. What to do? Lin Yuan looked at the giant core pillar before him, and after just a moment's thought, made a decision. Refine it. Buzz. Lin Yuan activated his outer cosmos and immediately began refining. Fierce Sun Capital, Independent Space. Red Flame Venerable stared at Lin Yuan in disbelief. Are you saying that the giant core pillar is right next to you? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. The other numerous peak venerables were also somewhat stunned. They were just pondering where the giant core pillar might appear, yet it turned out to be so close to Galaxy Venerate. I've already started refining it. Lin Yuan said immediately. Yes. You refine it now. I've already rushed over with full effort. Red Flame Venerable said with solemnity. He had originally given up on contending for the first giant core pillar, thinking it unnecessary to fight Fu Su Venerate to the death. but that was based on the premise that Fu Su Venerate was the first to reach the giant core pillar and refine it first. Forcibly taking the giant core pillar from Fu Su Venerate's hands would be too costly, and in the end, whether it could actually be taken was another matter. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Red Flame Venerable chose to give up, which was also the most rational decision. But now, the giant core pillar appeared right next to Lin Yuan. That means Lin Yuan is the first strong person to come into contact with the giant core pillar. In this situation, Red Flame Venerable hesitated almost not at all and chose to compete for this giant core pillar. No choice. This giant core pillar was practically delivered to him. If Red Flame Venerable were to give up again, it would be too timid. 3 breaths. I can use special means to reach you within 3 breaths. You just need to hold on for 2 breaths. Red Flame Venerable said solemnly. The killer weapon he brought from the fierce Sun ancient country, once used, could completely protect this giant core treasure land. By then, if Fu Su Venerate wanted to forcibly refine the giant core treasure land, a certain price would need to be paid. In this situation, as long as Fu Su Venerate had some sense, he could completely choose to compete for the next giant core pillar that appeared in the world. I will try my best. Lin Yuan nodded. Fu Su Venerate could arrive in 1 breath, while Red Flame Venerable could arrive in 3 breaths. That means Lin Yuan needs to block Fu Su Venerate for 2 breaths. Actually, it couldn't be said to block, as long as he could stall Fu Su Venerate for 2 breaths, making it impossible for him to refine the giant core pillar, that would suffice. Before the giant core pillar, Lin Yuan took only 10 breaths to successfully refine it. All at once, Lin Yuan felt a significant reduction in the suppression of this treasure land time-space over him. At the same time, with the aid of this giant core pillar, his numerous avatars could also descend instantly. Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed as he saw ripples spreading in the space-time not far away, a man in a dark robe walking out. Fu Su Venerate? Lin Yuan's expression became solemn. The man in a dark robe was none other than Fu Su Venerate, an existence on par with the Moyu Tower Master. How come so fast? Lin Yuan felt the pressure, for only 1/10 of a breath had passed, and Fu Su Venerate was already here? There are 2 possibilities for this. One is that Fu Su Venerate had concealed his strength, and his true abilities were far beyond what had been shown over the past millennium. The other is that Fu Su Venerate also happened to be nearby, so his arrival speed exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. You've got quite the luck. Fu Su Venerate glanced at Lin Yuan, smiling as he spoke. Given his speed, Lin Yuan had not only reached the giant core pillar but had also refined it by the time he arrived. There was only one explanation, that the giant core pillar appeared right by Lin Yuan. But unfortunately, you've encountered me. Before Fu Su Venerate's words were finished, the surrounding space-time began to grow dim. An aura of all things being void descended. From the moment he arrived to when he spoke the second sentence, less than 1/10,000th of a breath had passed, and Fu Su Venerate acted directly, not delaying in the slightest. What? Lin Yuan frowned. Under this dark and illusory force, his divine ability world began to collapse and fade. Go away. Fu Su Venerate struck with his right hand. Lin Yuan's face changed dramatically, his outer cosmos collapsing in an instant, and he was directly blasted away. Swoosh. Fu Su Venerate took a step, standing next to the giant core pillar, then immediately began refining it. In the blink of an eye, he successfully erased Lin Yuan's imprint and smoothly refined the giant core pillar. Fu Su Venerate? Lin Yuan looked sullen. From Fu Su Venerate's arrival until now, only half a breath had passed. Is this the power comparable to an invincible great saint? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Although he wasn't injured, under Fu Su Venerate's assault, he couldn't resist at all and could only be passively knocked away. The 13th level inheritance Fu Su Venerate cultivated must be related to time. From the brief engagement just now, Lin Yuan deduced a lot, realizing that when facing Fu Su Venerate's attack, the concept of time was completely scrambled, leaving him with no intention to actively counter it. He entirely relied on passive defense from his outer cosmos. To withstand my strike without any serious injuries, you did quite well. After successfully refining the giant core pillar, Fu Su Venerate glanced at Lin Yuan and said with a hint of appreciation. He was well aware of the technique he employed, which could block an enemy's perception of time in an instant, forcing them to withstand several blows unprepared. Under such circumstances, for Lin Yuan to only be knocked away with minor injuries was a testament to his formidable defense, rare even among the top peak venerables. Swish. Suddenly, not far away, slight ripples in time and space emerged. A towering figure appeared, looking at the giant core pillar with a somewhat displeased expression. Fu Su Venerate, you're quite fast. The towering figure said in a deep voice, having reached there quickly himself, yet Fu Su Venerate still arrived a step ahead. Your barbaric wilderness country went to great lengths to compete for this treasured land. Fu Su Venerate smiled slightly. The towering figure snorted coldly and vanished. Had Fu Su Venerate not refined the giant core pillar before he arrived, he would not have hesitated to contend for it. But now, with Fu Su Venerate having refined the giant core venerable, there was no point in competing. Swish, swish, swish. More figures appeared, gazing from afar at the giant core pillar. Fu Su Venerate has refined it. As expected, who can contend with Fu Su Venerate for the first giant core pillar? Sigh. Let's wait for the next one. The arriving peak venerables conversed among themselves and gradually withdrew. What a pity! Red Flame Venerable shook his head slightly, then looked solemnly at Lin Yuan. But it's not without gains. At least we know that Fu Su Venerate cultivates more than one 13th tier inheritance, including one related to time. Lin Yuan had just recounted to Red Flame Venerable the scenario when Fu Su Venerate took action. As Lin Yuan speculated, Red Flame Venerable also concluded that Fu Su Venerate used a 13th tier inheritance related to time. Otherwise, Lin Yuan wouldn't have had no thought of resistance. It's well known. Although top peak venerables aren't Fu Su Venerate's match, the gap isn't as vast as imagined. Especially Lin Yuan, whose profound foundation allows him to detonate his outer universe when necessary. He could stall long enough for Red Flame Venerable to arrive. But in reality, Fu Su Venerate didn't give Lin Yuan the chance to go all out. Don't worry, we never intended to seize the first giant core treasure land anyway. Red Flame Venerate consoled Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded without saying much. In the chaos void. Deep within the galaxy chaos continent. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, reflecting on the gap between himself and a powerhouse like Fu Su Venerate. Compared to these peak-level individuals, wielding more than one 13th tier method, my advantage is almost wiped out. Lin Yuan assessed himself. In terms of 13th tier methods, Lin Yuan had the Infinite Void Inheritance and the Divine Ability Fierce Sun Opening the Sky, which together equated to two 13th tier methods. But Fu Su Venerate also possessed them. Fu Su Venerate had advantages that Lin Yuan didn't, such as the path of evolution through chaos power, and the advantage in terms of realm, among others. And powerhouse like Fu Su Venerate wasn't the only one in Defu Ancient Country. Even other 5 major ancient countries, like Fierce Sun Ancient Country and Xianin Ancient Country, had them too. However, such powerhouses had nothing else to seek and were mostly preparing to make that leap. Even if a new top-tier treasure land emerged, they couldn't be persuaded to act. Fu Su Venerate came here purely because he happened to have nothing else to do. Take it slowly, I still have plenty of room for improvement. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts without any feelings of frustration. Lin Yuan continued his cultivation. Infinite Void. Lin Yuan focused on cultivating the 3rd layer of this 13th tier inheritance, feeling he was close to achieving it, which would lead to a transformation of his inner universe. Just then, dong dong dong. A deep and powerful sound suddenly emerged. Lin Yuan seemed to sense something, immediately halting his cultivation of Infinite Void, and his consciousness incarnated to the highest point of his inner universe. Here, chaos chi floated, myriad chaos rule essences writhed, and a massive egg entirely composed of chaos chi quietly floated there. Dong dong dong. A deep sound emanated from within the egg, as if evolving to give birth to something. Is my chaotic Taiji Dao about to materialize? Lin Yuan carefully observed the giant egg. Over time, cracking sounds appeared continuously on the egg, and numerous cracks surfaced, finally releasing forces of black and white that were distinctly separate yet mutually integrated. The black and white forces continued to merge, containing the extreme powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. This terrifying aura naturally spread with the black and white power, instantly crushing layers of time and space, even causing large swathes of chaos chi to collapse. What is this power? The red-clad little girl resting against a jade gourd was suddenly startled awake, sensing an oppressive force that surpassed the pressure felt by any previous cultivator of the infinite void inheritance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:11 Invincible Great Saint? Request subscription. The girl in red looked around, trying to capture the source of oppression, but felt the vastness of the world beyond her gaze. Infinite void has been inherited for endless ages, experienced by successive cultivators, with some even cultivating it to the 5th layer, reaching the power to overlook the entire chaos void as an invincible great saint. The girl in red was well aware of the pressure of an invincible great saint, but compared to this moment, it still seemed slightly inferior. What is going on? The girl in red kept observing, her thoughts spreading, and her first thought was whether Lin Yuan had become an invincible great saint. But she immediately dismissed it, first because Lin Yuan wasn't even in the chaos realm, so how could he talk of being an invincible great saint? Secondly, the internal universe she sensed had not undergone more intricate microscopic restructuring. It was evident that the 3rd layer of infinite void was not yet accomplished. In this situation, the girl in red was curious about what means Lin Yuan used to produce a transformation that even made her feel oppressively transformed. Did he master the 2nd 13th grade inheritance? Mastery here is not an entry point, but like infinite void, at least trained to the 5th layer. But this is equally as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A 13th grade inheritance is not a roadside cabbage, easily mastered. Each 13th grade inheritance has numerous preconditions. This point is evident from how many years Lin Yuan has cultivated infinite void, still remaining at the 2nd layer. Moreover, the girl in red faintly felt that the oppression she captured at this moment was definitely not due to the power transformation from mastering some inheritance. This pressure is related to the transformation of life's essence or the compensation of one's Tao, like the ultimate leap of an 11th grade life into the 12th grade, or the utmost sublimation of one's Tao, etc. The giant egg composed of chaos rule veins was momentarily crumbling, and a large amount of intertwined black and white power overflowed, converging before Lin Yuan. Is this the chaotic power path that I have evolved? Lin Yuan gazed at the black and white forces before him, feeling both familiar and strange. This was an entirely new rule of power had never mastered, yet Lin Yuan had an illusion of having it innately. A large amount of black and white power continuously intertwined and fused, each thread of black and white power contained the vast rule essence Lin Yuan mastered, and finally, as the chaos giant egg completely shattered, all the black and white power finally converged, forming a black and white cross Tai Chi diagram. The white part contained endless Taiyang power, supremely rigid and yang. The black part was circulating with the perpetual flow of Taiyin power, grand and vast. The balance between Taiyin and Taiyang power formed a perfect equilibrium, fusing and differentiating at every moment. Boom! Lin Yuan looked at the Tai Chi diagram before him, feeling his consciousness was roaring. In the moment the Tai Chi diagram took shape, a miniature Taiji diagram imprint appeared on Lin Yuan's brow. Not only this cosmic embodiment within but the true self outside, and the primordial spirit embodiments throughout the chaos void, all gathered a Taiji diagram imprint at the brow. Chaos Taiji? Lin Yuan's gaze became unprecedentedly distant and profound, the black and white intersecting Tai Chi diagram before his eyes instantly expanded countless times, merging with his entire internal universe. Lin Yuan's internal universe was measured by trillions of light-years, yet the expansion and complete coverage of the Tai Chi diagram took no more than an instant, just Lin Yuan's mere thought, and the Tai Chi diagram had already completed its fusion. Instant arrival upon thought. The moment the boundless Tai Chi diagram merged with the internal universe began to undergo some transformation. Space-time was becoming increasingly perfect, the Tao rules were rapidly being enhanced, and the size of the internal universe started to expand crazily. Why is the evolution of the chaos power path within the chaos void termed a great saint if not a venerable? Because the power of a chaos great saint far surpasses that of a chaos venerable. This supremacy is all-encompassing, deriving from the evolved chaos power path. The chaos great saint, who evolves the chaos power path, will be nourished by the chaos power path in every aspect. Their physical body, soul, spirit, will, and internal universe will all receive a massive uplift. At this moment, although Lin Yuan is not perfectly in the chaos realm, the chaotic Taiji Dao has been smoothly evolved, naturally bringing about a comprehensive transformation and uplift to himself. The changes in the internal universe were immediately perceived by the girl in red. This change, the heart of the girl in red was shaken. The change in the internal universe at this moment was not the kind of transformation practiced by infinite void. Infinite void essentially involves the reorganization of the most microscopic parts of the internal universe. Similar to carbon turning into a diamond, the particle compositions of both remain the same. But the transformation of the internal universe at hand is the most direct degree of transformation, from 1 to 2 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000. Everything is sublimating and transforming, as if ascending with the rising sun into the sky. Chaos Evolution Power Path. Has the Chaos Evolution Power Path been realized? At this moment, the girl in red finally speculated on key information. The means to cause the internal universe to undergo such a change are not many, especially such a dramatic transformation in a short time, only a few, such as entering the chaos realm or evolving a chaos power path. Exactly what kind of chaos power path was evolved to cause such a commotion? The girl in red took a deep breath. She was very aware of Lin Yuan's talent and aptitude, and did not doubt the new master evolving the chaos power path. But now, the magnitude of the internal universe's uplift and the immense pressure she felt caused her perception to question. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12 Invincible Great Saint? Request subscription. _2 What kind of chaotic evolutionary path exhibits such power just in its nascent stage? Outside, deep within the chaos continent of the galaxy, Lin Yuan was deeply immersed in his comprehensive transformation, feeling the impact of the chaotic Taiji Dao on him, like a giant pillar supporting everything. The Tai Chi diagram mark on Lin Yuan's brow slowly rotated, with an inexplicable ripple centered on him, spreading in all directions, toward heaven and earth, toward the chaos void. Is this imprinting my Dao into this chaos void? Lin Yuan considered thoughtfully. The birth of any chaos great saint would undergo this process, imprinting their Dao onto chaos. It's also a kind of anchor point, a Dao beacon. Lin Yuan did not interfere. Imprinting one's Dao into chaos connected with the chaos void, and such a connection could have some effects even if one fell into a time loop. Whether imprinting one's Dao into chaos or spreading the paths of one's evolution, the goal is to establish anchor points, Dao beacons. But to break through the time loop, it mainly falls on oneself. These methods at most provide auxiliary effects. However, for Lin Yuan, he would certainly not pass up any means to aid in breaking through the time loop, striving to elevate external conditions to the highest before addressing anything else. the chaotic Taiji Dao swiftly merged into the boundless void. At that moment, special entities in various hidden places within the chaos void seemed to sense something, gazing distantly towards the direction of the chaos continent of the galaxy. Is a chaos great saint being born, imprinting their Dao into chaos? A new path of chaotic evolutionary power is being born. But is this really a newly born path of chaotic power? How is it much more terrifying than some peerless great saints? The special entities were somewhat incredulous. As special entities, they are mostly related to the 13th realm, like the Eye of Myriad Laws, or spirits of various mysterious places, etc. Their ancientness bore witness to the rise and fall of many chaos great saints, peerless great saints, and even invincible great saints. Usually, the imprinting of one's Dao by a chaos great saint would not draw their attention. But now, as the chaotic Taiji Dao continued to diffuse and imprint, the whole chaos void was undergoing some subtle and significant changes, which shocked many special entities. It's the Galaxy Great Saint, who not long ago suppressed several other chaos great saints in the Shenhuang universe. At that time, the power of the Galaxy Great Saint was only near that of a peerless great saint. Immediately, a special entity recognized Lin Yuan, the severed long blade. This Galaxy Great Saint must have cultivated the 13th realm legacy representing foundational heritage, which allowed sweeping over other chaos great saints without having evolved a path of chaotic power. That legacy? Truly remarkable. But reaching near peerless great saint without evolving a path of chaotic power, and now evolving such a formidable path of chaotic power, isn't that directly a peerless great saint? The special entities communicated amongst themselves. With their long-lived experiences, they showed little interest in ordinary great saints. However, an invincible great saint? Only one emerges after a long cosmic era. Every invincible great saint leaves a unique imprint in the chaos void, naturally earning a high regard from these special entities. Especially an unconventional invincible great saint like Lin Yuan, just evolved a path of chaotic power, already deemed an invincible great saint? This kind of elevation and transformation might not have happened since the inception of the chaos void. This Galaxy Great Saint, as long as nothing unexpected happens, growing smoothly, can rank among the top 5, or even top 3, of all invincible great saints in the history of our chaos void. A special entity expressed with astonishment. The condition for the birth of an invincible great saint is to sweep across all great saints of the era, earning the respect and submission of numerous great saints. Thus, two invincible great saints theoretically would not face each other to determine victory. However, in the hearts of many special entities, they still ranked the previously born invincible great saints, but without exception, Lin Yuan's current performance, even among invincible great saints, was extraordinarily dazzling, even unfathomable. Galaxy Great Saint? Amidst numerous special entities, the Eye of Myriad Laws was filled with emotion, long convinced that Lin Yuan at the very least would become an invincible great saint, but this day came so soon? And growing smoothly in the future, ranking among the top 5 or even top 3 of all invincible great saints in the history of the Chaos Void. Don't underestimate this top 5 or top 3. The Chaos Void has nurtured countless freakish and monstrous beings over endless ages, and ranking among the top 5 or top 3 is quite extraordinary. This includes some special periods when 13th realm time entities took personal interest and cultivated disciples themselves, etc., deep within the chaos continent of the galaxy. After evolving a path of chaotic power, Lin Yuan's perception significantly enhanced, noticing subtle feelings of being watched the moment he imprinted his Dao into chaos. Is it those special entities? Lin Yuan did not pay much attention, regarding the Moyu Tower Master or Shenhuang as merely being wary of those special entities. Fear? Absolutely none. For these special entities cannot actively take action. As long as you don't provoke them, there will be no issues, and even if provoked, their backing 13th realm time entities may not necessarily pay attention. My current strength. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts. After the intense initial transformation, his pace of improvement gradually slowed, though even this slower pace was one that ordinary Chaos Great Saints could not potentially rival. The extent of enhancement from a Chaos Great Saint evolving a path of chaotic power depends on the path itself. Most Chaos Great Saints' paths differ slightly, making their enhancements similar. But Lin Yuan? The prerequisite requirement for the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao light, comprehension of the second realm, was already beyond reach for nearly all Chaos Great Saints. This second realm peak here solely refers to Lin Yuan, but for other beings, without against heaven's understanding, one must reach the third realm. Inner universe. Beside the jade gourd, a girl in red stood, feeling the changes in each instant of the space-time Great Tao, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yuan's figure coalesced beside her, smiling as he looked at the girl in red. What kind of chaotic power path did you evolve? The girl in red couldn't resist asking. What kind of chaotic power path? Lin Yuan pondered briefly, then said, I call it Chaos Taiji. The moment he finished speaking, the girl in red saw Lin Yuan raise his right hand, with black and white interwoven breaths swirling, although only at the fingertips, yet its influence radiated through layers of spacetime. Chaos Taiji? This should be the strongest path of chaotic power I have seen. The girl in red added hastily after speaking, as if struck by a thought, except for the old master. In her words, the old master naturally referred to the creator of the infinite void, that 13th realm time entity. Certainly, I cannot compare with the great time entities. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. The more he cultivated, the more he felt the gap with the 13th realm. Lin Yuan, comprehending the 13th realm weapon sky void tripod, experiencing the retained imprints within, knew a trace of power from a 13th realm time entity could utterly destroy myriad void domains. Is there any eternal gold left? Lin Yuan looked at the girl in red and asked. Eternal gold is a special metal material used specifically to measure the strength of one's inner universe. Previously, when Lin Yuan cultivated to around the second layer of infinite void, he measured the level of his inner universe with this metal. There are still some. The girl in red nodded. Why do you need eternal gold? With a faint smile, Lin Yuan calmly replied, I want to know how strong I am now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12-13, Lin Yuan and the Various Heavenly Venerates. Please subscribe. Lin Yuan, having evolved the chaotic Taiji Dao, was very sure that his strength had completely surpassed that of a transcendent great saint. Yet, whether he had reached the level of an invincible great saint remained uncertain. The gap between a transcendent great saint and an invincible great saint was vast. In those years, the Xianhuang could easily drive the great saint Hunshao and Jade Qilin great saint, such transcendent great saints, to a dead end, finally forcing them to reincarnate. Even among the 6 ancient countries of the origin world, the strongest venerables who were comparable to the invincible great saints, such as the Fu Su Venerate, were far superior to the topmost peak venerables. Before the Fu Su Venerate, Lin Yuan didn't even have the chance to fight back, only passively enduring the blows, as the power and methods mastered by the opponent were far beyond what Lin Yuan could handle. So now Lin Yuan was very curious about his own strength. Was he close to being an invincible great saint, or had he completely stepped into the realm of the invincible great saint? Want to know how strong you are? The girl in red slightly twitched the corner of her mouth upon hearing this. If she weren't so clear about Lin Yuan's character, and knowing this inheritor of the infinite void had just undergone a transformation, she would have doubted the truth of his words. Okay. The girl in red nodded, then flipped her hand. Instantly, the jade gourd trembled slightly, and a piece of eternal essence gold, about hundreds of meters large, flew out, hovering in front of Lin Yuan. Penetrate this piece of eternal essence gold, and you probably possess the strength of the 5th layer of the infinite void, the girl in red said. The infinite void has 7 layers in total, with the 7th being a theoretical level, while the 5th layer, Normally, cultivating the 13th level legacy to the 5th layer would grant one the strength to traverse the chaos void and become an invincible great saint. As for the 6th layer, few cultivators of the infinite void have reached the 6th layer. Penetrate. Lin Yuan looked at the eternal essence gold in front of him. The 2nd layer threshold of the infinite void requires leaving a trace over 10 centimeters deep on the eternal essence gold. But the 5th layer requires penetrating a piece of eternal essence gold hundreds of meters large, a significant difference indeed. Russell. The power of the inner universe circulated, with a magnificent black and white Tai Chi diagram faintly appearing and disappearing. The 100-meter large eternal essence gold in front of Lin Yuan quickly twisted and disintegrated. Within a single breath, the entire piece of eternal essence gold was pierced through, with the remaining parts continually collapsing. Such power! The girl in red took a deep breath. She almost didn't feel any power fluctuations, yet the eternal essence gold was pierced through, indicating a complete restraint of power. This meant that Lin Yuan hadn't used his full power. Once he strikes with full force, it would be challenging to perfectly contain all the power. Your inner universe now has reached the level of the 5th layer of the infinite void. No, it's approaching the 6th layer. Your strength has fully stepped into the realm of the invincible great saint, the girl in red quickly said, while looking somewhat distressed at the pierced-through eternal essence gold. The eternal essence gold, left by the creator of the infinite void, is limited, and usually, the girl in red would only take out a meter or two at most. If Lin Yuan's strength weren't so terrifying, she wouldn't have brought out such a large piece. Invincible great saint? Lin Yuan steadied his mind. At the same time, thinking of the Shen Huang and the Moyu Tower Master. When his own homeland universe was so weak, he knew of these two absolute powerhouses, and now he finally reached their level of strength. Certainly, the Shen Huang finally forcefully broke free from the time loop, surpassing the boundary of the 12th level, no longer within the normal level range. What do you plan to do next? The girl in red retracted the eternal essence gold, asked curiously. First, finish cultivating the 3rd layer of the infinite void, Lin Yuan said. He had been cultivating the 3rd layer for a long time, and evolving into the chaotic Taiji Dao had led to a profound transformation of his inner universe, greatly advancing the cultivation of this 13th level legacy. The 3rd layer of the infinite void? The girl in red looked at Lin Yuan, suddenly realizing that this inheritor hadn't yet finished the 3rd layer of the infinite void. Having such strength without completing the 3rd layer, if he completes the 3rd layer, how many layers will that compare to? The 6th layer? After chatting with the girl in red for a few more sentences, Lin Yuan began wholeheartedly cultivating the 3rd layer of the infinite void. The cultivation of this 13th level legacy is essentially a micro-physical restructuring and reorganization of the inner universe, which is much easier under the control of the chaotic Taiji Dao. Plus, Lin Yuan had already cultivated halfway through the 3rd layer of the infinite void. It only took 1 or 2 years. The inner universe of Lin Yuan underwent another transformation. On the infinite micro level, the structure of the inner universe was becoming perfectly complete. The 3rd layer is completed. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, overlooking the vast inner universe. Not to mention how stable the space-time Dao rules of this universe were, simply its diameter size, having gone through 2 transformations, first evolving into the chaotic Taiji Dao, and then completing the 3rd layer of the infinite void. Lin Yuan's inner universe reached 500 trillion light-years. 500 trillion light-years, far surpassing the naturally born universe within the chaos void, even among transcendent great saints, having such a large inner universe is extremely rare. This is still based on the premise that Lin Yuan's inner universe isn't specialized in size or area. I suppose my current strength could be considered strong among the invincible great saints? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The chaos void is different from the origin world, where the invincible great saints are solitary, not easily comparable. Continue cultivating. Lin Yuan took out the 2nd layer weapon, the sky void tripod, pondering the endless rules and great Dao contained within it, while the cosmos within his flesh and soul body continued to elevate until it reached its growth limit. At that time, it would be when Lin Yuan crosses into the Chaos Realm. Feng Yuan World. In the treasured land, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, feeling the explosive growth of his own strength. By developing a path of chaos power, mastering the third layer of infinite void, his true self's inherent potential in this Feng Yuan world also experienced a significant enhancement. The space-time suppression in this treasured land can no longer restrict me. Lin Yuan observed the surrounding space-time. The newly emerged treasured land, connected to the origin source of Feng Yuan world, produces extremely strong space-time suppression, which greatly reduces the range of investigation of heavenly venerate-level experts, and equally plummets the distance of space-time traversal. A peak venerable wishing to traverse the entire treasured land can't rely solely on their own power. It would take considerable time, and only someone like Fu Su Venerate, the strongest venerable, could traverse the treasured land in a single breath. But now, Lin Yuan had already realized that the space-time suppression of this treasured land couldn't contain him, meaning Lin Yuan could also traverse the entire treasured land in a single breath just like Fu Su Venerate. Even more swiftly. Fu Su Venerate? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, looking towards a direction. That was the location where the first giant core pillar emerged, and back then Lin Yuan was just beside it, having the earliest opportunity to refine the giant core pillar. However, this opportunity was seized by the later arriving Fu Su Venerate. At that time, Lin Yuan had no ability to resist in front of Fu Su Venerate and was directly slapped away. In the capital of the fierce Sun ancient country, an independent space. Everyone, next we must face the strong of other ancient countries to seize the core pillars head-on. Red Flame Venerable spoke gravely. Having been in the treasured land for over 1,000 years, by now most of the unmastered core pillars have been refined by the strong of various ancient countries. To continue refining more core pillars now, one must snatch those already refined pillars from other ancient countries. Okay. No problem. Qi Yen, who do you plan to strike first? The peak venerables nodded. They had long been prepared, entering the treasured land 1,000 years ago. That was the warm-up. The mutual scrambles between ancient country powers were just superficial engagements. In the 500 years after the millennium, the intensity of scrambles would rapidly increase, and the last 500 years would be the period of fiercest competition, during which all peak venerables would exert their full effort, and the heritage weapons of various ancient countries would be unleashed. Red Flame Venerable nodded, suddenly looking at Lin Yuan, softly inquiring, "Galaxy, what do you think?" As one of the only 4 top peak venerables in this fierce Sun ancient country, Red Flame Venerable regarded Galaxy Venerate with importance. "What do you think?" Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback, pondered, and then said, "Could we wait a while longer?" "Wait a while longer?" Red Flame Venerable was puzzled. The other numerous peak venerables were also slightly surprised. "Why wait a while longer?" "I plan to," Lin Yuan grinned and said, "take back that giant core pillar." Giant core pillar. One by one, the peak venerables of Defu ancient country sat cross-legged. The importance of the giant core pillar was too high, even though it had been refined by Fu Su Venerate. Other strong of Defu ancient country would also send a main battle physical body to guard at all times, to respond to any variables. In this competition for the treasured land, our Defu ancient country occupies 72 refined core pillars, plus this set of giant core pillars, making a total of 82. Leading the second-place barbaric wilderness country by nearly 30 core pillars. The many peak venerables of Defu ancient country were relaxed, now that their country had an absolute advantage, even if the 2 giant core pillars that emerge later fall into the hands of a single ancient country. The number of refined core pillars occupied couldn't surpass Defu ancient country. Moreover, the probability of the 2 giant core pillars falling into the hands of one ancient country is too low. Even Defu ancient country wasn't confident, let alone other ancient countries. Still relying on Fu Su Venerate, if it weren't for Fu Su Venerate, this giant core pillar would have probably fallen into the hands of fierce Sun ancient country. Indeed, that galaxy venerate of fierce sun ancient country sure was lucky, with the giant core pillar descending right next to him. If not for Fu Su venerate's supreme strength, tisk, what good is luck? Didn't Fu Su venerate still slap him away? The peak venerables of De Fu ancient country casually conversed. As one of the oldest ancient countries, they had a subtle superiority when facing same-tier experts from other ancient countries, even when facing someone like Galaxy Venerate, the first to excavate ancestral bloodline to the Venerate level. What is an ancestral bloodline at the Venerate level worth? At this moment, a young man appeared near this giant core pillar. The young man had a faint black and white Taiji diagram mark on his forehead, the black and white aura swirling, appearing openly in the sight of all the stationed peak venerables of De Fu ancient country. He just stood there quietly without any words or actions. Yet it made many of the peak venerables of De Fu ancient country's hearts tremble, regardless of strength, whether top peak venerables or ordinary ones, all felt their minds unsettled, feeling suffocated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12-14. Those who block the galaxy, body and soul shattered, subscription requested, fierce sun capital, isolated space. Red Flame Venerable stared blankly at Lin Yuan. The eyes of the other peak venerables were similar, looking at Lin Yuan with incredulity. Take back the giant core column? Currently, that giant core column has been occupied and refined by Fu Su Venerate, this strongest venerable of the 6 ancient nations. With a single thought he could descend. Moreover, beside the giant core column, there must be other peak venerables of the De Fu ancient nation guarding with their main battle bodies. Even if the fierce sun ancient country were to throw everything against De Fu ancient country, using all ancient country weapons, the chance of taking down that giant core column is extremely low. Let alone Lin Yuan going there alone. Galaxy, do not be impulsive, Red Flame Venerable immediately said. Fu Su Venerate's strength is unfathomable. He has the ability to kill top-tier peak venerables. Previously, Lin Yuan was able to survive against Fu Su Venerate because this strongest venerable focused most of his attention on refining the giant core pillar, not paying attention to Lin Yuan, just smacking him away without any follow-up. But now, if Lin Yuan dares to go alone to that giant core column, Fu Su Venerate would surely not mind taking action. Strictly speaking, the fierce sun ancient country for the De Fu ancient country is also a threat. Being able to eliminate a top-tier peak venerable ahead of time would be very advantageous for the De Fu ancient country. I know Fu Su Venerate is very strong. Lin Yuan nodded. The strongest venerables of the 6 ancient nations are comparable to the invincible great saints of the Chaos Void. This level of powerhouse either possesses absolute overwhelming advantages, such as mastering the 5th layer of Infinite Void, Invincible Great Saint, whose internal universe compared to the same level Great Saint is not just 1,000 times stronger. Or they grasp special rule means like Fu Su Venerate's chaotic time techniques. Ordinary top-tier peak venerables can only passively take the hit. Rest assured, since I dare to go, I must have confidence. Lin Yuan looked at the numerous peak venerables. I've had a slight breakthrough in my power. I should not be weaker than Fu Su Venerate. As soon as these words were spoken, Red Flame Venerable and other fierce sun ancient country peak venerables were shocked. Not weaker than Fu Su Venerate? Isn't that the level of the strongest venerable? Galaxy Venerate has already reached this realm? Red Flame Venerable and other peak venerables found it hard to believe. Galaxy Venerate's ancestral bloodline excavated to the venerable level, if in an immensely distant future, when one's venerable level bloodline grows to the limit. Reaching the level of the strongest venerable is still hopeful. But how long after Lin Yuan stepped into the heavenly venerable realm? Though Red Flame Venerables found it somewhat unbelievable, looking at Lin Yuan's expressions and tone, they chose to trust. Galaxy Venerate, why don't you wait a bit longer? Until I arrive? Although my power is not comparable to Fu Su Venerate, I carry numerous foundation weaponry, enough to restrain and counter that Fu Su Venerate. Red Flame Venerate immediately said, if Lin Yuan's strength truly isn't weaker than Fu Su Venerate, and their fierce Sun Ancient Country deployed fully, there really is a great chance to take down that giant core column. No need. Lin Yuan immediately refused. This time, with his breakthrough in strength, he indeed has the thought of redeeming himself and retaking the giant core column. But there's no need to bring out all the trump cards and foundation of fierce Sun Ancient Country, which are reserved for the last few hundred or even decades of the contest over treasure lands. All right. Red Flame Venerate nodded, not insisting. He believed Lin Yuan must have a plan. Outside the giant core column, the air of heaven and earth felt like a quagmire, with black and white energies swirling. If viewed from millions of miles above, one would find at this moment, centered on the giant core column, a massive black and white yin-yang Tai Chi diagram slowly forming. Peak venerables from Defu Ancient Country couldn't help but feel suffocated. They looked at Lin Yuan with extreme solemnity, as if facing a formidable enemy. As the instinct of the strong, they realized that the young man far away was terrifying. Just by standing there without any aura emitted, made their numerous peak venerables' hearts tremble. What kind of power is this? Galaxy Venerate, is he the Galaxy Venerate from fierce Sun Ancient Country? Some peak venerables from Defu Ancient Country recognized Lin Yuan. In fact, other venerables also simultaneously recognized Lin Yuan, but had no time to think deeply. Galaxy Venerate, be quick to leave, this is my Defu Ancient Country's territory. Fu Yu Venerate said solemnly, putting most of his focus around. He felt Galaxy Venerate dared to appear here must have a certain confidence. Perhaps other top-tier peak venerables from fierce Sun Ancient Country are ambushing nearby. That oppressive aura making their hearts shiver might be sourced from here? Is it? Lin Yuan looked distantly at that imposing giant core column, smiling and said, if you yield this pillar now, you can live. Yield the pillar? Fu Yu Venerate stared at Lin Yuan. There's always been only Defu Ancient Country treating other ancient countries like this. Since when does fierce Sun Ancient Country dare treat Defu Ancient Country this way? Galaxy Venerate, let me come and meet you. At this point, Fu Yun Venerable stepped out, looked at Lin Yuan with cold eyes. Fu Yun Venerable is Defu Ancient Country's top-tier peak venerable. In terms of strength, he's by no means weaker than Lin Yuan before his breakthrough. Rumble. Time and space around Fu Yun Venerable transformed into clouds, rapidly enveloping toward Lin Yuan. This is also Fu Yun Venerable's attack method, using clouds to erode enemies. Even top-tier peak venerables of the same class must be suppressed by these layers of clouds. Fu Yu Venerate and other peak venerables merely watched coldly, not taking action themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.